Good morning. It is Thursday, October the 14th, 2021. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and this is a special meeting of the Kerr County Commissioners Court. Remind everybody to turn your phones off or vibrate so that you don't interrupt the proceedings. This is an open meeting at this point, and our consideration agenda is this discussion only with regard to our redistricting plan, and we have our outside counsel, Chuck Kimbrough, here to address the court. Mr. Kimbrough.
May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chuck Kimbrough from Bickerstaff Heath in Austin, and we serve as your redistricting counsel for this project. Today is the scheduled meeting for what we call a work session / public hearing, or informally a drawing session. What we need to do is to make sure that we're connected to the GoToMeeting hookup so that our GIS drawer in Austin can join us.
I have Chuck Driscoll on the line. He's on the speakerphone right here.
And he's on the screen.
And on the screen. So I think we're ready to go.
I can't see you. I mean,
He hadn't shared it yet.
He hadn't shared it?
There he goes.
Okay. Let's check the audio.
Josh?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
We got him. Loud and clear.
All right.
He can hear us, and we can hear him.
Is that Mr. Bristol?
Yes, sir.
How you doing this today?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I'm okay.
It's full screen.
Bear with me just a second, Josh. I want to ask the court for permission to give a summary, particularly to the public, to indicate how we got to today, if that would be all right for the court members.
Please.
Kerr County is currently conducting its 2021 redistricting project to analyze whether its county commissioner precinct lines comply with the one vote, one person, one vote concept of federal law. We have been working with the Commissioners Court for several months now, actually, to get to this day where potential solutions can be considered. This is not a vote day, of course. This is a discussion only, no action, no final action taken. But it is the real opportunity for the court and the public to begin to address the issues that we see in the 2020 census data when it is placed inside the current county commissioner precinct line configuration. This is redundant to the members of the court, but to the members of the public. A lot of people will wonder, what in the world is redistricting? Why are we having to fool with that? The concept of one person, one vote is as old as the country itself. It's a constitutional principle that began with apportioning the districts of the United States House of Representatives. And from that point through the jurisprudence and the history of our country, went on to include state governments, state legislatures, as well as local governments, anybody that has a legislative body composed of legislative officers which make policy decisions in single district territorial areas. Now, you may ask, well, now we have justice of the peace precincts and constable precincts in Kerr County. Does the one person, one vote rule for redistricting apply to those jurisdictional officers? And the answer is no. And the reason is simply because, particularly in Texas, those are not legislative officers. A justice of the peace in Texas is a trial judge of the justice court in that precinct. A constable in Texas is in effect a law enforcement officer, a form of a law enforcement officer for that precinct. Constable, justices of the peace do not make policy, they carry it out. However, you, as members of the governing body, the Commissioners Court of Kerr County, you are the primary legislative officers for the county, and therefore the one person, one vote rules, constructs, legal principles apply. So under one person, one vote theory, it's mostly federal law. but there is a provision in Chapter 81 of the Local Government Code, which is one of the key places, which is the repository of a number of your powers as a Commissioners Court. The Local Government Code does have a statute that gives you the authority to redistrict in the decennial period. And when I say decennial, every 10 years, the County Commissioner precinct lines. So every decade, a county must take a look at its county commissioner precinct lines and see if those lines comply with federal law under the one person, one vote theory. The way you do it is very simple to explain, but complex in its application at times. The 2020 census data is what we used to decide the one person, one vote analysis. And that data came out very late this year, as we have discussed in this room several times before. The United States Census Bureau made the full release of the data at the end of September. Our law firm actually was able to obtain the data a little earlier under what they call the old legacy format, the old computer format. So we took that opportunity and began working our projects across the state early September. But the late release of the census data causes a significant problem for counties across the state of Texas. Why? Because in Texas, pursuant to our Texas election code, the very first day that a person can file to get on the ballot to run in the 22 primaries is Saturday morning, November the 13th, 2021, which means our redistricting work for county commissioner precinct lines must be concluded on or before close of business Friday, November the 12th, 2021, which gave us about a 45 to 50 day timeline to do the work. Typically, in a regular redistricting year, we'd be through by now. You have 6 or 8 months to actually do the work, with the census data coming up in the wintertime of the odd numbered year. That did not happen here. The census data for 2020 has been the subject of significant criticism. Claims of an undervote. The numbers are not large enough. In this part of Texas, I believe that you have seen some surprises in the census data when you were thinking they would be substantially higher. For Kerr County, the 2010 census recorded population was 49,625 people. As of April the 1st, 2020, the census recorded population is 52,598, an increase of only 2,973 people, or approximately 6%. That appears to many people to be low. It's that way over in Gillespie County. It's that way over in Bandera County. It's that way over even in the more populous counties along I-35. Even though their numbers are way up, people thought that they would be higher. We can't really worry about an alleged undercount at this point. We must do the work. And we must use the census data that's provided by the federal agency to do that work. Why? Because that's the law. The challenge, if made to any redistricting plan, would be decided in federal court, and the case law and the federal interpretive commentary clearly indicate that. The numbers you use to decide the issues are those issues, are those numbers, the 2020 census numbers. Questions thus far from court members or the public regarding anything I've said about one person, one vote analysis up to this point?
I'm pretty comfortable that this is a significant undercount because I work with the federal employee who was in charge of gathering census data, and I don't think they did a good job. Okay.
So, on the screen now is the, Josh, could you put up the initial assessment total population summary for Kerr County?
Yes, sir. It's up now.
Well, let's see if it's the same. Good.
Yeah, it's 15.
Right, it's 15, all right.
And if you want to stand closer and speak into this microphone, Mr. Kerr, you can, so you can see the screens.
Oh, I've got them in front of me. I'll be okay if I need to. Thank you for that, Judge Kelly. Again, for the members of the public who haven't heard this explanation before, it's somewhat redundant to the court members and staff. But the way you do the initial analysis is to take your existing county commissioner precinct lines as they lay on the ground, so to speak, this morning. The existing county commissioner precinct lines. And you put into that configuration the census data for each precinct to see how many people are living there. And on that chart that you see on the screen, you see the breakdown, precincts 1 through 4, top to bottom, with the number of persons that the Census Bureau recorded as living in those precincts. And then you measure the current population against an ideal standard or size, a target number, under one person, one vote analysis. And how you get to that is to take the total population recorded for 2020 by the Census Bureau for the county of 52,598, and you divide by 4 commissioner precincts to have a target of equal number of an ideal equal number of people in each precinct. Of course, that's never going to happen, but you have to establish the standard or the ideal size. So when you do that division problem and divide the total population by 4, you get an ideal size for each precinct of 13,150 people, rounded. 13,150. That's the ideal size column on the chart that's on the screen. Then the second step is to look at each precinct and see whether the actual number of people recorded by the new census data in that precinct is above the ideal standard by a percentage point. By percentage points, we call that above the standard positive deviation, or below the standard, below the ideal negative deviation. And when you do that comparison under the deviation chart there, you'll see that precinct 1 has a negative 0.46 deviation from the standard. Precinct 2 has a positive 8.57 deviation from the standard. Precinct 3 has a negative 6.88% deviation from the standard. And precinct 4 has a negative 1.24% deviation from the standard. Now there is this rule in the federal law, case law, and the interpretive commentary, which says the precinct and the county is okay, it's balanced, if it's not more than 10% above or below the standard. It's called sometimes a safe harbor rule. It's not a 100% safe harbor for some reasons I'll talk to you about in just a moment. But it's a very important 10% rule. So when you look at those deviation numbers in that deviation column, none of them are bigger one way or the other, positive or negative, larger than 10. So you'd say, well, the precincts seem to be balanced. Well, that's not the end of the analysis. The whole county must balance under the 10% rule. How do you do that? And this is the critical arithmetic problem. This is the important arithmetic at the very end. We must balance the county as a whole by taking the largest positive number in the column there, which is 8.57. And then you add it to the largest negative number in the column, which is negative 6.88. 8.57 positive was precinct 2, is precinct 2. Negative 6.88 is precinct 3. And you add those two numbers together, but you do not use the rule that we learned in school about how to add positive and negative numbers. You just add the two numbers. And if the result is a number larger than 10, then under one person, one vote standard, under federal law, the county is out of balance. And so that chart that Mr. Bristol has up shows that the overall deviation, what we call in our office maximum deviation for the county, is 15.46%. That was communicated to you by me at the initial assessment meeting, and it is our conclusion that therefore the county commissioner precincts for Kerr County currently are not, repeat, not in compliance with the one person, one vote standard of federal law, and you must, to follow the law, redistrict the commissioner precincts. And you are doing it. And today is the day that we begin to look at potential solutions, options for solutions to discuss, with the idea to try to obtain a consensus so that at the end of this meeting, I will know what I need to do with Mr. Bristol and the other members of our staff in Austin to prepare a final form proposal for you to consider for approval on the next scheduling date on the calendar for this project, which is the morning of November 3rd, 2021 at 9 a.m., when a formal plan drawn up in final form could be presented to the Commissioner's Court for consideration of approval. November the 3rd is certainly a few days before the deadline of November the 12th, and that's a good thing. You know, so if there's something else that we have to think about or do or change, we can do it before the 12th at close of business. So the idea now, if it's all right with the court members and there are no questions from the court members or staff or the public, we'll now go into the idea of the drawing session after the county judge reads and calls the public hearing to order.
Okay. I will convene a public hearing at this time for the county's redistricting. What did I read? Okay. The public hearing. Public hearing will be conducted regarding the county's 2021 redistricting project to obtain public discussion, participation, and input regarding potential options for the redrawing and revision of the county commissioners' precinct boundaries to comply with federal law and other authority. The Commissioners Court adopted guidelines for public participation regarding the project last week, and those guidelines may be reviewed and downloaded from the county's website. The guidelines, among other things, require that all comments be submitted in writing, even if made orally at the public meeting, that all written comments must be delivered to the court by the close of the public hearing, which is right now, and any redistricting plan submitted to the county for consideration must conform to the redistricting criteria adopted by the Commissioners Court last week, and those criteria may be reviewed and downloaded from the county's website. So, public meeting is in session.
Thank you, sir. So, by working with county staff and the Commissioners Court, we began to focus on an idea to solve the out of balance matter efficiently by moves which did not represent a drastic departure from the current configuration of the districts, which is a consistent idea with the guidelines and the criteria order that you passed at initial assessment meeting. And when you look at the initial assessment chart, you see that the biggest positive is precinct 2, 8.57% overpopulated, more people. And the biggest negative is precinct 3, which with the 2020 data in it shows a negative 6.88%. So the idea was, well, is there a way to look at a scenario of one move or maybe two moves in a certain area between precincts 2 and 3, whereby precinct 2 could give precinct 3 some territory and therefore some population to move the population balance over so that the county would be balanced under the 10% rule at the end of the arithmetic problem. And so now, Mr. Bristol, could you put up the chart of the county commissioner precincts, the map as they currently exist today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And for those of you on YouTube that are watching this, this is a remote application of an app that they have on a computer in Austin. And this is being done remotely so that we're actually live with people in Austin helping us put these maps up on the screen.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so there's the current county configuration line. Precinct, county commissioner precinct configuration lines. And what we were thinking about was focusing on the northeast corner of 2 going down south along that boundary with precinct 3. It would be the east, northeast to southeast boundary of 2, and to have an idea where the precinct 3 boundary would move west to capture population, Josh, is that a pretty good example of the instructions that I gave you that day to try to look at where the roads were, to try to figure out some scenarios up in the northeast corner and then down along the southeast corner to move the 3 line to the left or west to capture population sufficient to balance the county? Is that pretty much?
I believe so, sir. I did not draw the plans for this.
Yeah.
I'm filling in for Mr. Arsenault.
Yeah.
But it looks like that's exactly what he did. Yes.
Okay, all right. Can we get to the chart? Can we get to the chart that shows a proposed solution?
Yes, sir. Do you mean the map or just the tables?
Why don't we go map first? That's a good point. Let's go map first.
All right.
I think we're calling it draft plan A internally in our office. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just for discussion purposes, just to start talking. Okay. Let's focus. Do you have the map that's a little bit closer?
Zoom in.
Let's see here.
Yeah. Can you zoom in?
I do not see it saved under his plans. I can pull, however, the live map up with those changes and zoom in on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, we want to have the ability to maybe move a line if we need to. All right. Now, really, I'm going to start with the northeast corner. Really, we were thinking about originally put your cursor up at the top, right stop. Go to the left a little bit. Right there, stop. Originally, at least the way I drew it, with an ink pen on the piece of paper, I made the line go right across, due south or southeast just a little bit, all the way to the corner. I guess those are election precincts. What are those green lines? Bristol? What are those for the roads?
The green
Roads?
lines are just the census block data. So
Okay.
so each one of these is a census block.
Yeah, but ideally, it didn't move enough population if you just went due south to the corner. So we went a little bit to the west. Now, that was what we call the first move in this solution.
Now, when you move, you try to follow natural boundaries or streets and so on.
Roads.
So it doesn't just cut through the middle of the neighborhood.
That's correct. The roads are big for us. Now, natural boundaries are certainly important too, but we're looking for roads, county roads, state or federal highways, things like that. I want to talk to the court members about that first. It looks a little bit different than the way I had drawn it originally. How does that look for you? Tell me about that. What are your feelings about Commissioner Letts starting out?
One of the question I have is at some point, looking at boundaries, the postal code boundary may be another thing to look at. We've used school district boundaries to Comfort, CISD, a lot. The Comfort zip code may also be a boundary. I don't know if we can use that one or not. This is at some point, it's up there. The area, that finger that goes, and it's hard for me to see the scale, but where can the cursor point to Elm Path Road? I'm trying to get my bearings as to where I am.
You want to go Elm Pass, he needs to go south.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're
south.
on.
Close to that finger.
Yeah, where that finger is, I'm trying to figure out why that finger there. I think it's the Con Valley, but I want to see exactly where the roads are. So that's 27 up there.
Look, okay. May I speak, Judge?
Yes, please.
Commissioner, the
Oh,
green,
This is tax assessor collector Bob Reed speaking at this point.
the road in the north central part are the mark that is green. Can you see this? Well, he's operating it. Your Bluff Creek is right above the cursor right now. Go right there.
That's Bluff Creek right there.
That's Bluff Creek. The road immediately to the west, the green right there,
Boardwalk.
is Boardwalk.
And what's farther west than that?
So you're gonna get the,
Draw the-
okay, to bring the cursor down, please, to the green block right there. No, the green, go up and then to the west. Just the green,
The dark
The darker
green.
green.
the darker green, the rectangle,
Rectangle.
that should be the football field.
Yeah. I don't think we want to go that far. I think 3 should, because you're starting to split the community to center part. I think the boardwalk is as far west as I think you want to go.
Okay. This, let me back up. We're gonna go to modifications for sure. Go back to the, zoom out is what I'm trying to say. All right, stop. The other proposed position that we were looking at would be along going south, would be to move that precinct 3 line west to capture population. And you see what we've done there. All right, now, if the draft plan A option is pursued, the maximum deviation number drops from 15.46 as it sits now to 2.7%, which is
Ideal. It's close to what we're gonna get.
pretty close. All right. But if that's too much in terms of the territory and the community interest that Commissioner Letts is referring to, we can start making adjustments now and begin to look at the resulting numbers immediately with Bristol punching the right number, punching the right buttons in Austin. Would you like to begin to move the lines a little bit and address?
I'd like to move the boardwalk and see what it does.
Before we do that, though, to some extent, I agree with you that that's the division line, but we had the same problem, I think, when we used Elm Pass Road.
Yeah.
And that's what your bottom line is, isn't it?
It is.
The current, the Exhibit A is using, and we got the same problem there, so you're gonna have the same problem either way we go. Now, I'm not saying yay or nay, I'm just saying it's a similar problem on both adjustments.
There may be a way, instead of using Elm Pass all the way, you could use,
And what is the problem? You're saying problem, but what is the problem?
What he's talking about is the community. The community, when you use Elm Pass Road, there's Elm Pass subdivision and common interests on both sides.
Them people on the east and west
That's
side.
correct. Yeah, the same thing for.
But that's just part, that's just the conundrum of
Right.
how we,
Exactly.
we're gonna have those issues.
but the area you could do, if you go down to where that notch, because that weird looking notch that goes off to the west on the current precinct line, it's like a rectangle, way down, way to the south,
Yeah.
way to the south.
That's the school district line.
That's the district line.
Yeah.
That, you could connect off Elm Pass to, hits that school district line. That, is that the north, move the cursor down a little bit, right there, that road right there is Elm Pass 2. You could divide it there and really not hurt,
That,
the center point community, because that area down there, they're their own little world.
Yeah.
well, it's Kerr County, folks.
Yeah.
So
And a lot, yeah, and they're branching, instead it's not real tight, you know, to center point over my precinct, because I mean that, if you go down into my precinct on that far corner, they're tied to Bandera.
So explain to me again on the southeast corner.
Yeah.
So you see that, move the cursor up up a little bit,
Move the cursor up.
just a little bit more, right there, that road, up, you just passed the road,
It goes off to
that road right there,
Goes off
go all the
to
way
the
to the school district line,
Where is that?
the orange, the red line, the current line,
What road is that?
Elm Pass 2, or part of it.
Right there?
Yeah, and that's all that road and everything south of that road would go into 3,
I understand, what's the east-west road you're talking about?
Elm Pass 2.
Elm Pass 2.
Okay.
I've never seen an Elm Pass and an Elm Pass 2.
Well, they got that years
Yeah.
now with these numbers. Where are you talking about going further to the west
Yes.
into precinct 2?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
come from where the rectangle sticks out.
Right.
And then follow that green road all the way over to Elm Pass Road. Everything south of that move into precinct 3.
That's pretty much what that is, 3 now, what with the numbers they're showing.
Then the 3 is the red.
No.
The red line is currently 3.
east of the red line.
Green is,
Yeah, use that road as a division. Not up above the upper road, that
Yeah.
road.
Okay.
okay, so below that would be pink or 3.
Right, above it would be go back to green.
Yeah.
Or how far up? All the way to the northeast move?
Yeah, pretty much, all the way to the,
Zoom out.
Let's get some common terminology. On the right-hand side there in the green for precinct 2, that little isosceles triangle looking area, let's just call that the arrowhead. And so we're talking about south of the arrowhead there.
Okay, now
Okay.
go all the way to the northeast corner, the first area that we looked at. It's been suggested that that move is too far west, correct?
Yeah.
Where would the line need to be?
move over to the west. That, just a little bit more.
To the east,
East.
No.
No, to the
west.
west.
Right, so we had it on that.
We go to the boardwalk.
to boardwalk.
Yeah, right there, right.
And then boardwalk is the division.
Yeah.
All right, so the current expanded 3 line would move to the right to Boardwalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, can you do that for us, Josh Bristol?
Sure.
And let us look at the numbers, leaving everything else alone on the map, other than this one adjustment.
Wow.
Okay.
Modern technology.
And there's a little,
You could probably
rectangle.
you take the little green
Yeah.
rectangle below that in too, probably.
right.
Can you take the little green rectangle into as well? Hey, you see what I'm talking about, Josh, before you do the numbers? Right there. Can you take that,
That makes
And
sense.
put it back into 3?
make it, yes, sir, make it
Okay.
pink, or, I don't even know what that color is.
Yeah.
All right, now, can we look at the numbers with that move? Now, this is gonna be the whole county, you know, even with the southeast
Right.
left alone.
Right.
What's the maximum deviation number? I can't read, 4.72? All right,
Yes, sir.
Good point.
all right, now, on the northeast side, that looks, does that appear to be worthwhile?
Yeah.
There is reason and logic. to that.
I like that. We're good
All
on
right.
there.
Yeah.
All right, now let's go southeast, Mr. Bristol.
And the concern here that we're looking at, I think, Commissioner Lance, is the closer we get to that arrowhead, the more center point community
We're good.
that area is. And so what we're trying to do is to leave that intact as much as we can, because that is a community.
Well, let's make the slight adjustment down on the southeast corner
Right.
that we left the discussion, all right. That road that goes, the north end of it
Yeah.
to the school district line,
Right.
right? Make that 3, make that pink or brown.
But, you know, why don't we just go to where the pink and the beige meet, the 2 and 3, and pick that road up at that point and take it across before we start, and so that we see how much we're adding. Could follow that to the end of the road. That's what you're saying, is that whole area.
Yeah, Elm Pass, everything south of Elm Pass 2 stays in
Okay.
3.
So we pick up,
And just put that back into 2?
And put everything above it and back into 2 and see where we are number-wise.
Right. Yeah. What's that road there called? That dips down and then goes towards the
Should be
green?
Elm Pass 2 or.
Elm Pass, all right.
2, no,
Elm
I'm
Pass 2.
I'm past 2, Josh.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, this is Kerr County.
So above that road is gonna be green, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Just to see where we are. Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, you gotta
Well,
go to islands.
yeah, we can't keep those. I don't know whose ranches those were.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's 8.9%. See the top right-hand corner, blue with white, it's hard to read. It's maximum deviation, with the map being right, the northeast move and the southeast adjustment, 8.9%. Zoom out.
That's within the boundary of the law, but it's not.
Yeah, but it's not ideal.
Now, I've got to look at some other numbers too.
One question before we get that technical, and I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but, you know, there were a couple of minor changes we did for accommodation,
Convenience.
convenience on 4 and 1. Are they already incorporated in this?
Josh,
They
Yes,
don't
sir.
affect this.
over there,
I
go.
want to make sure that they don't, if
Did-
we
what
settle on
was-
something, they're not.
What was the one line moved west?
Yes.
It was. So it's
Yes, right over here.
Does it stop at Mary, is it Mary Ruth there?
all right now.
Mary Ruth.
Now, all right. So that move of convenience, we called it the second move. We called the 2-3 deal one with several parts. But this is as
Precinct 4
a
and Precinct 1.
correct.
And it doesn't affect the deviation.
Now,
on this other stuff.
Now,
So that's already been done.
yeah, it's in,
I just
right?
wanted to make sure it was in before we started.
Thank you.
Josh,
Yes, sir.
the move from 4 to 1 is already on the map?
Yes, that's,
So-
the purple expansion beyond this red line is
Okay.
where, 1 took from 4.
All right, now that it was,
And we just explain this to the public.
Yeah.
That area is Turtle Creek Estates. The people that lived in that area would have to drive all the way back into town and then come back out and vote in England. So for convenience, we're moving them back over to precinct 1 so they can vote on their side of the road.
it came to my attention that there aren't any public buildings in that area for a polling location,
There are,
or not.
not in that particular zone. That new
But
zone.
close.
The part
They're
that we
very
just,
close to it.
the part we just moved, there are no public buildings.
Right.
So,
We understand that.
But the nearest polling place is now on Camino Real Road, the Biker Church, and there's availability of another building closer to that, the Turtle Creek School, which could be used.
so this is better for those voters?
Yes.
That'd be a lot better.
Consensus. Okay, very well.
For Bob and Nadine, what we have to do is reconfigure those voting precincts, the election precincts, to be able to have those people access the biker church to vote, which means we're going to adjust another election precinct
Correct.
to balance it
If
out.
they stay in 107.
But that's far better than making those people drive to England.
Sure.
We must talk about election precincts at the end,
I understand that.
because,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to jump ahead.
you know, the deadline right now, no one knows when we're supposed to turn them in.
These are our election people here, and
Yeah, yeah.
we can do this, it just takes a later adjustment.
Okay.
So, but to be sure that this expanded precinct 1, the place where they can go and vote, being taken into 107 is a heck of a lot closer than where they're driving to vote.
Correct.
They pass how many voting?
I think we counted 8 polling
Aides
places.
to get to where they have.
So the public understands what we're doing. These people have to drive past 8 polling places to get to the vote, the place where they can vote.
Because as the crow flies, they're closer to Ingram than they are to Kerrville, but
So this is a matter of convenience that helps the people.
yes.
This reflects boots on the ground where we live.
I just wanted to make sure that that move was in the base numbers before we started fine tuning.
Good point.
So once
That's a
once we
good
get
point.
to the deviation numbers, this is already factored in, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
And we moved what, about 40 voters?
Well,
Something like
That's not
that?
very many people.
Yeah.
No. Well, it's not very many people, but it's a big area.
okay.
Well, that's the way precinct 4 is. Big area, not a lot of people.
We're big on land, not so big on people.
More goats than people.
No, that's Forrest's motto. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Zoom out,
Yeah.
and we're gonna go back to the,
There's, to make a further adjustment in 3 and 2, there's 2 options that I see. One, you kind of go over towards Camp Verde and pull in a lot of that property,
The south side of
Yeah,
precinct
kinda
2.
480, south side of
Right there.
480.
Precinct
Go
2.
west.
480, somewhere in there, draw.
Let's take 480, the south side of 480, and see what that looks like. Because that's a big area, but it's only many ranches.
Yeah.
where would that be? Tell him.
You find 480, it comes out of Center Point and goes to Camp Verde.
Right there. Right there.
Do that option, or there's a tweak in Kerrville,
Yeah.
which is,
Wow.
Yeah,
We're
that's
trying to avoid it, if we can, yeah.
Well, but it makes sense in a couple of places.
it's pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
And you're not affecting a whole lot of population in Kerrville, but you're affecting mostly commercial.
So you'd go north, generally northeast on 480, how
Right.
far
Right.
to come back to the pink line?
After you get a problem, where you're trying to figure out where you can cut over, you need to cut over sometime around Witt Road.
Yes.
What exactly is in that, what exactly is this here?
That's the Whip Road. No, I'm sorry, I was talking to the mapper. Right there, sir. Where your cursor is a good location.
Okay, so you would like me to take everything south and go east to 3?
Yeah, and this creates a problem. Those people start having to go past several polling locations to vote.
Yeah.
There got quite a few of them.
That's why the moving around in Kerrville seems maybe easier because
Yeah.
You may, if I could, Commissioner, you could pick up the needed population with just a few blocks within the side of Kerrville.
right around Shriner College, you put Shriner at the 3, that would probably do it.
No, there's a polling place there,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
We talked about that the other day, where that, the sheriff's department, I don't remember what the problem was, but we abandoned the
You got it
idea.
all tangled up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what we did on the southeast corner there. See how close we can get. And see if we can tweak it so that it makes sense. Because there's very few people there.
Yeah. And I did.
Are you wanting me to assign this area to 3?
Yes. Let's just take a look
Okay,
at it and see.
all right.
And we may abandon it, but see if we can make something work down there. Because we don't affect a lot of people.
Right.
And it's always difficult to predict development.
Yeah,
You
is that-
have just the north
Right.
Is that north-south? Is that line there right before the bend in Kerr County, is that 173?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We want to stay east of 173, we want to cross that.
East of 173, south of 480.
Right.
Okay.
Now, we got here on the top boundary's going to be.
Try that. See that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want that big one.
Yeah, we're too close to center point,
That one,
up there by the arrowhead. Gosh. That area up in there,
that's gotta go back.
it's got to go back into two somehow.
Where do the roads that?
Look for the roads to see how we can cut off some of that. There you go. Where does that put us on our deviation?
That's around 6%.
I might have a little bit better than that.
Well, what, I want to get back to my question, so that I at least understand where we're at. And I know everybody can't see this, but I don't understand, what is this neighborhood here? What is that? Can you scroll up, John,
Yeah.
and take us north
Yes.
on that? Okay, see there? That little,
To the
that little
east.
finger from,
Yeah.
3 that goes in there.
Well,
What is that?
that's the south side of 27,
Okay,
and all that feeds into Center Point easier by their access. It's an odd looking thing, I get it.
so what are the polling places and stuff, if that went into, or, if
What
north-
What area
if
is
north
that?
of that went
I mean, I
into
see what
3?
you're-
Well,
Well,
here's the river. Here's 27.
okay.
That little jog, it looks like it's using 27 and the river as the boundary right there.
Yeah.
That's why it's so.
Yeah.
This
And
property is that yellow one, the little, to the west and south a little bit, that piece that sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
We figured it out the other day, now I forgot.
That's a road,
Well,
it's just
Yeah,
a,
but that,
that's a,
that's some of the back part of Center Point Estates, it looks like.
that's a neighborhood that's kind of,
The river's in it, but the neighbors, the green, dark green dot homes,
They're a structure.
Yes, structures.
is that just the way that voting, the precinct, what do you call it, the census block is? Why is it?
Yes, some of them are just quite strange in shape, and I mean, this is a large one as well.
well, north of that, what is that? I mean, if 3 took in that, north of that little whip, or whatever we're gonna call it, right through there.
I can see that south of the
Now, what's
Yeah, what's
that?
that?
What is that?
That is,
Where's,
Is there any population to speak of? Is that a quarry or?
population is,
It should,
That's Blunt
15
Creek.
people. It looks like it's mostly just this Allen Lane here, and then some
Oh, that's all
either
fields.
structures or
Would
houses.
y'all be-
All fields right now.
Yeah.
would y'all be inclined to
Oh, we take that in.
Yeah.
Would you be inclined to make it a more readily identifiable
Yeah,
boundary
let's
line?
go down to the southern box on that little curve.
Zoom
There's a
out.
road that goes there, let's,
There.
yeah.
I would thought that. Where's JJ Lane on that map? It's like,
Okay, now that,
should be pretty close to center point.
Yeah.
or-
Yeah.
Yeah.
the number is 5.8
Change it
now.
much, but
Looks
No.
It looks like.
But JJ Lane is off 27, kind of comes off of,
It's past, this past only,
yeah, that's the,
Why is the rectangle? Move your cursor down. No, up. To the right. Up. See that little rectangle at about the 9 o'clock?
Right there.
What is that?
It's part of Center Point Estates.
Yeah.
That's right after you cross the creek.
yeah, that piece is staying too, probably,
Yeah.
their access.
See, that's that whole census block.
that's, yeah. But they, from a voting standpoint, it is center point,
Yeah.
but they vote 2 miles from there. It's not a long ways, but they're not going way out of the way because they voted, for that area they voted,
Yeah.
Can the line on
Right
3,
there.
can the line on
Uh-huh.
3 move substantially west to take in a larger area and not include very many people?
We start getting so much into center point.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Start taking the center point estates, and they're pretty much center point.
So are you, Chuck, talking about just making a cleaner line from
Yes,
from where the
but,
box is down?
but not to interfere with the community,
Yeah, that-
neighborhood concept. That's
Is that one,
something along those lines, but that was,
that gets too big, if you go that far.
yeah.
Is there a road there?
There are some roads north of that's an election precinct though, that would have to be,
So you get into center point
Adjusted.
estates, all that area through there is not densely populated, there are 5, 10 acre lots. Densely
Well,
populated.
at least there seems to be some consensus about this drawing right here, correct?
But where are we on the numbers then?
It's 5.81%, it's the top, up at the top right-hand corner,
Yeah, it's hard to read.
it is.
all right, I still don't understand
Go
why we're
west,
leaving
you can
the
burn a
little
little bit.
rectangle in 3.
Is this, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's just one, it's part of a larger census block, so you have to, it's this whole area here. We could change it back, it's only got, listed as population of 13.
That one property owner owns both
We
sides.
really don't want to break up a census block if we can help it.
Okay, I get it.
But-
I just wanted to
I
read it.
don't know where there's a
But-
road.
If you put all of that back into 2, what would happen? Six
So you
point
didn't-
six.
You
Didn't
didn't
change that
break
much.
up the census block, but
But-
you have another precinct.
That's correct. Now it's 6.01, but is the community aspect
Probably better.
better?
Better from that standpoint.
Yeah,
Okay.
because all the roads from there lead back to Center Point.
What is
That area.
the road on the east side of that blue right there? Is that road?
That's Lane, no, not,
Lane Valley?
yeah, Lane Valley.
Sketchy people
Yeah,
live on
that's
that.
Yeah.
That's probably not good.
Don't, yeah. Watch that one.
We need to move that block back into 3.
Everybody lives on Lake Valley.
I told you, try.
That's a good idea.
That road is awful straight.
Hold that spot for just a moment. Josh, I'm looking at the voting age Hispanic, okay? Would you just hold it for a minute?
Sure thing.
Right on that creek, west of Lane Valley.
32.03.
That's Cherry Creek.
It doesn't
Yeah,
surprise
but
me.
there's several major creeks along there that we could use also that are And those property lines follow that up to Bluff Creek, probably the name was.
Well, we put Bluff Creek in 3, right? Because we went to Broadwalk.
Right.
Okay.
16.6. The voting age Hispanic percents dropped just a little bit. The current, the initial assessment, you know, the where they are now,
Yeah.
the Hispanic, hang on just a second. Voting age, and we look at, you know, a balanced plan still cannot violate the other two principles.
We haven't gotten to the southeast corner of 2.
Well,
That would make the difference.
the where you see the columns are on the right, they're called racial demographics as a percent of VAP.
Right.
Remember you and I talking about voting age population versus total population? The blue charts have total population. The beige chart, the other charts have voting age. When we start to look at issues, compliance issues with the other two principles involved, even a balanced precinct cannot violate the Voting Rights Act or the Shaw versus Reno principles. So,
But I think in the southeast corner, you're gonna find it.
well, the county as a whole, with the configuration that's on the board right now, the county as a whole has voting age population analyzed right there. And the Hispanic column is the, no, far right, VAP, it's blue. Hispanic is the next to last column on the right. All right, now here's what you do is you look at the initial assessment day, you know, when we had the current configuration analyzed. You look at the voting age population demographic chart, and you compare the Hispanic number then to these numbers, all right? So look at precinct 1. It's hard to read.
7.
It's currently, it used to be, precinct 1 was 17.8. Now it's 17.81.
Okay.
All right. Precinct 2 was 22, you know, under the current deal, used to be 22.08. And now it's 22.04, a slight decrease.
You're doing voting age population or overall?
Voting age, VAP. Precinct 3, it was 32.91. This configuration has 32 point, is that a 4.2?
So good.
So it's not much.
Right.
And precinct 4 had 16.61, and now it's 16.6. There's a slight decrease in precinct 3 from 32.91. Now it's.
Then I think we can.
That's still good.
That sounds good.
That sounds like a nice deviation.
It's not a major issue, but you know, ideally you would not on your lead Hispanic VAP number is precinct 3 starting out with 32.91. Ideally you'd like to stay at that level or a little higher if you could. Now, matters of convenience.
Tweak that in there.
Okay.
How much, where are we on, countywide, 6%?
5.81, sir. It's the top right.
The two areas to get a few more is to do some adjustments in Kerrville, which should be pretty simple. I mean, the roads you can follow around and there's not a whole lot of people. Or we probably go further west, which across 173, which gets problematic.
Yeah.
So we need to go up into Kerrville to make see what we can do.
What is that little?
Yeah, what is that up there?
What is that one, Josh? What's the?
Oh, it's got it in there.
Is it there now?
Oh.
Okay.
Just missed it, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Very popular.
Well, it puts
Look at
the
the number.
maximum number at 5.86 rather than 6.01. So you see how little bitty changes will affect the numbers, but at least they come up automatically, and we don't have to get out the calculator. All right, so zoom out for a bit. Let me look at it from 30,000 feet. All right, now, where could the 2 to 3 solution be adjusted just a bit?
In Kerrville.
Well, now we-
1, 2, and 3 meet.
There's some facility issues in the city of Kerrville.
Well, we can work around the streets, and it's commercial. We just gotta keep 2, the jail has to stay in 2.
Okay, all right, I'm
Courthouse
with you.
has to stay in 1.
I'm with you.
And annex has to stay in 3. Other than that, you can move around on roads.
Okay. We're at your service. Tell Mr. Josh Bristol where you ought to.
Can you zoom in a little more, Josh?
Yeah, we get pretty close.
Yeah,
We
well,
can
that's
go,
real tight for that kind of stuff. Yeah, work down a little
what am I
bit.
looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold your cursor right there,
Is that
please.
Comanche Trace?
No, the cursor right now is on Shriner University.
This is better than
Okay.
looking at photos, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Then if you go just slightly down, right there, there's our county property, the sheriff's department, and jail.
So you have Clearwater, Paseo, and Main Street there to work off of.
Yeah.
Move, yeah, use
You
the
go from
Clearwater
north to
Paseo as
south.
the division. And Main Street.
The whole apartment complex goes there.
Yeah, I think that, take that, yeah, and that, and click on the next, the one, yeah.
Well, we-
Leave that and see what we did.
2.7, so,
I think,
See what,
yeah.
no, it didn't.
So that's
2.75.
Clearwater, Paseo,
Took it
and
down.
That is Clearwater, the east of the western line.
yes,
And then it runs to Main Street.
That's,
Is that Main Street or is that
No.
Singing Wind?
That's east.
It's Singing Wind.
No, that's East Main Street right now.
Yeah,
It's,
and then
yes,
that's
sir.
That's Main. So,
Memorial down the other side, it's not Main there.
And that's Memorial.
Memorial.
But it got our number down to 2.75.
What's the northern, border there behind, what's the road that runs behind Sherman University?
East Main.
East Main.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
But what we did, just took it down to 2.75.
I mean,
yeah.
what we're doing is we put that big apartment complex across from the jail.
Uh-huh.
In 3.
and there's a natural boundary beyond
Switch
that.
or anything. It's mostly commercial, a lot of that, except for the apartments.
Bob, does that work for y'all?
That took it down.
Oh,
32.
what's that taking it out of Nadine to 11?
Yeah,
Which, that's not affecting
it's not affecting the
Yeah.
voting precinct.
a voting precinct or any county offices.
And that would probably, it puts it in 312
Where's my
or
big key tab?
314.
312, I think.
Is it 312? Yeah, it'd have to. Well, no.
What are those numbers now for each precinct, the far left column? Yeah,
I think that's
312, it is 314.
312,
34, okay.
314,
Which would be the
which is it?
Cala,
Yeah, yeah, so they can go to the calorie.
It's easy enough.
which would be better to go 314 just with the number of voters.
Uh-huh.
What we've done, I was looking at it a little bit, and I was thinking, well, those people really think that they're in Kerrville, which is precinct 2 for the most part, but it's also, they're all renters, so they
Right.
don't really have quite as much of a home grab to it, so I've got no problem with that.
Majority,
Got a church at one end.
Yeah,
apartments in 3, well, I mean,
most of it's,
north of the river, majority of it's in 3.
Yeah, we didn't,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because you get all that around
Yeah.
5 Point. Now, the part that's weird, but is over there by 5 Points to me.
Yeah.
But that's in
Yeah.
precinct 3, that's an odd thing to have it there.
Off Guadalupe Street up to the drainage ditch. I grew up in the ditch, that's why
That explains a lot.
I identify places, Commissioner.
Josh, can you zoom out a little bit?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
A little more?
So that doesn't affect any of the buildings we were working on. It takes it down really manageable. You're under 3% there.
Cause
It
It
just
changed
Where
it
the,
just increases the little
Moyne and,
bubble on the end of that
Yeah.
appendix.
Is there,
Paul lives
any
right
part
in
of
there.
Ranchero Road for 2 and 3 that would help? That little
I think
nose that goes way off to the west fits precinct 1 better.
It does.
see, there's, when you, along 16 is the boundary for most of the road. And then
Except for
Ranchero
Ranchero
Road. Well, it jumps across 16, and if that neighborhood was incorporated, that would take care of it. You know, what's the neighborhood called in there behind Hosanna Lutheran Church?
That's,
Kerrville,
Stone Hill Estates.
Kerrville Hills.
The other was Kerrville
Hills.
Hills.
So that's precinct 2. It jumps to
Yes.
16 there.
Yes.
16 coming all the way in. One side of it is precinct 1 till you get to there.
mhm.
And then that
So
neighborhood,
it actually jumps at Ranchero.
you're not to Ranchero yet. At the Hosanna Lutheran Church, you're not up to Ranchero yet.
Hosanna.
Coming
Is
the
it
way I
Poland?
drive.
There's a polling place in
So-
215.
So-
This is the Harley Group.
That's right, the Harley Group. You come to that neighborhood and that is a standalone thing there, so if that,
Could you
if
go,
anything else needs to be changed.
It seems odd to, I think, to the public, the way the dividing line is around Ranchero Road. Might do
Well,
that.
part of it, you get up in there far enough and it's precinct 1 on both sides. Part of the way, it's precinct 2 and 1 on either side. So, yeah, that is a little.
If you could use 16 as a boundary, it'd be really nice.
Josh, could you move the,
But that takes in a lot of population.
could you go north a bit? Could you move the map down so we could look north, just a little bit north of I-10? A little bit up, a little bit more, stop.
13.
All right, put your cursor on no, now go back.
I'm low with 12
Right
nights.
there.
Go down, stop. Now put your cursor on I-10 and go left to where that, see that? All right. Now go a little bit farther on I-10 to where the blue dot is. Take a left. And come back on the green line. Just move your cursor south. I just want to show them something. So you go up to that blue dot on I-10, take a left, and come back down. If that area was added to 3, would that be a significant problem?
It's undeveloped land for the most part.
Yes.
What is that? We show that's a Hispanic concentration point in Kerrville.
Didn't that get close?
You're right at the
Well,
base.
precinct 3 has a high
The
concentration.
cursor's on the baseball fields right
This
now.
number,
Yeah.
that the current configuration makes that go down.
Okay.
I'm trying to avoid
Yeah, if you put
recommending.
that area is undeveloped right now for the most part.
Well, but they're, we got it, we got it marked as,
Well, let's see.
We're going to Hartford and Holsworth and putting that area in 3?
yeah. See what would happen.
We're gonna zoom in.
There's not
So
much
everything,
I was-
everything north and east.
If you find Holsworth Drive, and take it to
Yep.
Hartford and put that northeast in there and see what it looks like.
Okay.
Well,
I'll have to readjust
I would
that
want it to
line
come to the
when I-
baseline here, that's the road leading out. Yeah,
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be worse.
What's the west line there? Hartford?
Hartford?
Okay.
Now we're back up again on the.
Yeah.
There we go.
30.
Now, Hartford.
3 is the largest
2.1.
precinct, 13,396.
That gets Horseshoe Oaks, which is what Muleshoe and Horseshoe.
That's the,
Then it gets
that's in.
Town Creek.
Stuck behind the flood.
Morris Road.
Yeah.
There's one little, enlarge it, please, sir. Right where your cursor is. That one little area that kicks out,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
What is it?
That may be the, I think that's the LCRA.
Yeah, I bet, it, you know.
It's right there at Morris Road.
I think we were
32.
better before we made this last adjustment.
32.17, 32.91.
We went from 2.75
I think
to
that,
3.5.
I don't think you got much for what you reached
No,
for.
I didn't.
Saw it.
I
I didn't
didn't.
think it was far enough out.
So that might not be the statistical solution I was looking
Like
for.
what we could cover there.
Maybe there's a,
Rabbit holes work.
Why don't you just make that whole thing where 4 and 1 and 3 come together? It look
Yeah,
weird.
I'm a Don, I think we were
Yeah,
pretty
I
close to last round.
think we're close enough.
Yeah, I think that went out.
yeah, delete it and go back to where you were, Josh. Do you understand the instruction? Yeah. No, that ain't. Correct, yeah, that's the way it was.
That's,
So the numbers,
all right, now let's back up.
2.75 and
Go
the
back where we were. That's
Hispanic is 32.34.
Well, I'll reiterate for the record of the people watching at home that a lot of these rules that we have about minority populations, that's all about bigger counties, bigger cities, voting blocks. We all live, pretty much mixed and mingled in Kerr County.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't see it.
It's a
as
lot
I don't
less
see
of
it
a
as a
thing
problem.
here.
Yeah.
Could you,
Remember, the federal government told us we can't discriminate. That's point number 2. And then number 3, we have to take Shaw versus Reno into effect, which means we have to take it into consideration.
You have to discriminate.
Yeah,
Well, they send us mixed messages.
Can you scroll out?
yeah.
Yeah.
Zoom out,
please.
zoom
Thank you.
out?
And, well, maybe that was a tad too much, so I can see the streets, but right in the area where your cursor is.
On the far left, there's a little finger that comes down. That's part of precinct 4, right?
Right where the cursor is now is 3, or
No,
that's 4.
Yeah.
What is
To the
it?
left.
That's probably Arcadia Loop.
See it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Arcadia Loop, which
Where did they go vote? England?
no, they would vote Goat Creek Road, the church on Goat Creek Road, wouldn't they, Nadine? Or
I think so.
Western Hills
Yeah.
Baptist.
Western Hills or, yeah, have to be Western Hills.
But we don't need to be taken away from the board right now.
No,
I'm all-
I'm just curious what it was.
Yeah.
So, 2 and 3, let's back up, I'll look at the big picture of 2 and 3. Again, as far as I can tell, I think we've got that major accomplishment, it's just a matter of, you want to tweak anything else.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, if the toleration point is 10%, then we ought to be in great shape here.
Oh, well, I'm gonna double check. Let's go back to our, this is the Hispanic percentage, make sure we got it right.
You-
Can you blow it up where we can see those numbers better?
Can you blow it up so we can see the chart numbers better?
Yeah.
All right, hold. Okay, now, I want to start with precinct 3.
Okay.
The difference is a reduction of 0.57%. It was at start 30, whoops. We're talking about VAP, voting age, 32.91. It is now 32.34. I just did the math. It's 0.57 worse. not,
But
not,
it kept neighborhoods together,
yes, sir.
so it was for convenience.
Of course. Is there anything around the fringes that we can pick up for free to balance that
Well,
out?
the area, the one area, the way we divided it along 480 at Camp Verde, Camp Verde.
True.
You could take, is there a road on the north side, not going up to Center Point, but is there a voting block or a road that we could pull in, put this,
Go across 173?
no, go north, but not up into Center Point?
There's not,
That
there's
right
not
where the
even
cursor is.
population
No,
in
there's-
there, is it?
No, but not much, but it's from the standpoint of a community, it puts it together, it puts
Well,
the
but-
store.
And does it help percentages?
And it's not gonna hurt much, I don't think.
Well, you're already,
It'll give you a little bit more, but it's, you know,
you're already number two
Try
in
that.
population
Could change.
out of the
I
four.
already know.
Where did they go?
But-
They go to Center Point School
That area,
Calvin
uh,
There are 202 that go to American Legion.
Go vote.
yeah, which that's gonna,
Yeah.
No, that would be,
if we're gonna do anything, it has to be back in town and maybe take another block.
walk over there,
Yeah,
that can be
too.
done.
Just take a look at that.
You take that area,
Or you take,
What if we take that block just to the north of the one we just took?
yeah.
it gets.
What
if you move over towards
Stream.
534, where's 534?
Right. The red line,
There we go.
Yeah. But there's not a street that does it very well from there. Well, maybe.
well, if you
get
go,
north of that,
You don't wanna hop across over there, that's singing winds, that
Yeah,
next.
yeah.
go ahead and use East Main,
Yeah,
and where your cursor is, that area right there, pull that into 3.
Is that what that habitat area is over
No, there's,
No.
It's like
Oh,
Westminster and.
We're gonna get up into Olympic Drive and that area. We may go
Or
north
it's
of that.
Yeah.
Main.
but
Well, there's,
that,
just to the other side
That's-
of East Main,
that's gonna take,
habitat neighborhood.
Yeah,
Mesa Park. Yeah, right there, take that
just
into
follow that street,
yeah,
probably do.
Mesa Verde.
Too much.
follow Main all the way over.
We can try it, but it's gonna be almost, it's about 600 some people.
Yeah.
But I can show you what that'll look like.
And then you could get, put the
There's other things we can
one
take out.
over by the jail back out.
Yeah. Or part of it, one block of it.
Look at that first.
But that Habitat for Humanity neighborhood in there could help the percentages.
We're over.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
yeah.
And move across from the jail out.
Yeah, come down what we first did.
Take it out.
The apartments,
Yeah.
go back to.
Right there,
Stop
that-
at Name.
Put that back in two.
Yeah.
What's that look like?
Still not gonna be as good.
Well, I don't know.
How does the census gauge apartment complexes? Just by the number of people live there at the
It's all
time?
about people taking notes.
Whoever
We're a lot
turned in their
better
stuff.
when we made those changes.
Wasn't a lot of door knocking this time.
Yeah.
What is that?
We would also have to assign this,
Yeah.
and that's another 123 people. So I can show you what that would look like as well, but it might throw it back close to.
We're a lot closer where we were before.
Okay,
We're at 7.16%.
That's not good.
We could go back and get rid of the stuff out, put the Camp Verde area back in two again.
Yeah. Go.
Yeah. See what that looks like.
Yeah.
All of it?
No,
Yeah.
Why don't we try to find that the bottom part of it? You see from where the red box is, headed back over, you can see those roads across the bottom. Why don't we just let that part in and took out the.
Yeah.
That's not splitting any neighborhoods. is it?
No, there's nothing out there, there's just ranches.
So give the part north of that line
Yeah.
back to two? Okay.
what is that road?
That's,
There's a couple different ones, isn't
What does it say? You read it, Bob?
Cloud9 Lane East.
oh, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
What is it, comes out to
Comes over.
173, what?
that's gonna be right in, almost at the pass. Some of
Oh, that's
that.
Dead Poacher Lane back in there. That's just across the county lot there.
No, that's in Van Der again.
I know, that's just across
Is it?
the.
Yeah, that's,
Cloud nine comes off.
I can't make this stuff up.
Is it the southern road you want or the northern road?
Well,
Make,
Let's keep the southern stuff in 3,
yeah,
and north of that road,
That-
back in 2 and see what our numbers look like.
but
that area where the number 3 is, where you, yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at 4.
Would that help your other number, Counselor?
Yeah, it's computers trying to figure it
We were
out.
better off, I hope somebody's keeping track of where we,
Yeah, where was that good number we had?
Well, he
seems
can-
like
he-
it's getting worse.
Yeah.
He can catch
That number's getting worse, but the other number I think's
the
getting
one-
better, yeah.
The percentage number?
The-
3291 is what it reads now,
That's
and
what
it
it
used to
was.
be
That's where we started.
3273. Nope, that's total. I gotta look at that.
I think it started the same place.
3291.
I just don't.
What is that
I like that
deviation to
percentage
you
better.
now, Counselor?
But if you did a little bit more of that area.
It's legal.
All right,
It's less than 10.
One more time.
I just wanted you to
know.
say-
You're right.
The north perimeter.
I did one yesterday that was 9.52.
Josh, everybody's talking at one time.
But,
We're trying
yeah,
to find out what the name of the road is that we just used as a
right there,
boundary.
what is that road? There's, I can't get it in my brain.
I can't either.
Here it is. That's it.
Yeah, but
Cloud 9.
There's Cloud 9,
Yeah.
but then as far as it goes to the west, it's for
I
some
don't
reason.
think that's really a
I
road.
don't think so either.
Cloud nine doesn't go to.
Because that's gonna come right in at the old Dickey's Dairy, which is now Alice Warman's.
Yeah.
Zoom in on that as close as you can and see what it shows up. All right, now, go left a little bit and up. What is that?
It's not labeled in the
Yeah,
maps here.
that's my
I
concern.
don't think that's a road.
All right, zoom out
Or if
and
it
let's
is,
find a
it's
road for
it's a
that,
ranch
for
road.
that area.
Go, put that area, go right about where the cursor is, try to find a road that goes straight south.
Yeah,
Straight south?
yeah,
And use that as the boundary,
Yeah.
but that's up to the west back in 2.
back into,
What road is that right there?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so just this area here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
back into.
Yeah.
Okay.
it was, that just looks.
Probably not gonna move many people with
No,
that.
it's not.
Not gonna move people.
It doesn't-
But
Which
it
is
look-
what we want.
The map will look better.
Yeah,
They went to 3293.
okay. Oh,
What was it having?
It went to the Hispanic voting age population went up just a slight.
With that?
well, but
So what are we at now? 32?
I just.
We're .01 plus, that's good. I mean, there's been a slight increase.
I like that.
Yeah,
Now, those are all roads, correct, Josh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir. You just mean this dividing line here?
yeah,
This is, I believe this is Elm Pass.
okay.
Yep.
Well, we still got that issue about splitting Elm Pass, which.
Yeah, but it's pretty
You gotta
far
use
out.
that.
Yeah, that's right, that's.
It's minimal.
That's south.
Those people are Bandera
Okay, I'm
residents.
good
Yeah.
with that.
Basically.
All right, so
Yeah, no, I agree.
the maximum deviation number is 4.59, which is less than 10. And your Hispanic voting age, yeah, precinct 3 used to be 32.91, and now it's raised to 32.92. Precinct 1 started out 17.8, and now it's gained 0.01. Precinct 2 is 22.08. It's down a little bit. But again, the number that was approaching, that was your largest Hispanic voting age population precinct is not diminished by this, and it's increased slightly.
Well, and we're dealing with this is our minority precinct, and it's goofy shaped to begin with. And I I think we closed them before the vote was done.
Yeah.
It's an improvement.
I actually think it straightens some up.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I've got some other questions to talk to you about regarding this configuration, but if we get a positive result from my next series of follow-up questions, does there seem to be a consensus among the court members that the configuration on the board now, on the map now, would be something that y'all would be interested in being developed in final form for consideration of approval?
I think this is the fairest representation of our population in Canada. That's where it is.
As long as it's okay with Bob and them in their office.
I think it works from my perspective.
You see some problems, any problems, Bob?
Are there any strong objections or suggested revisions to the configuration on the board now?
No, I don't have it. But as I told you before we started today, when we do this census 10 years from now, there are going to be significant changes in that map.
Right.
Significant.
I hope we're all together again.
Well, I don't
In those-
Is there a reason you're looking at me?
I may come looking for you, Commissioner Ballou. I don't know how I can get along without your intellect and your wit,
Thank you
know?
very much, yeah.
But you're right.
Because
You're right.
and the public is looking at this, yeah. 2 is going to explode. It will increase by
in the next 10 years.
thousands.
Yeah.
And we will have to do a wholesale redistricting in 10 years.
Okay. Well,
This one's relatively easy compared to what that would be.
Well, just thank goodness you got that too.
most of the time,
You know, that this done before.
a local government recognizes exactly the issue that you're talking about, but is reluctant. Our practice experience shows that you're reluctant to try to, unless something is just plain vanilla and easy to do now, it's challenging to make a move now based on anticipated positions and where they're going to need to be made.
Well,
So,
what if we wanted to consider that, what we'd have to do is move population, make 3 the biggest precinct. You know, I heard you talking about it earlier, because we know that the population in what is 2 right now is going to be significantly more than what it is, and the only place they can go is in 1 or in 3. So if we wanted, and we're kind of limited on 1 because that one little appendix down there, kind of where the pinch point is in 1, we've got one of our elected constables, precinct 2, lives there.
Wait,
Right.
Judge.
Can we back that out a little bit? We'll pull back.
In 1?
Yeah,
No,
1.
in 2. Paul,
Thank you.
No, that's in 3.
3, okay, 3, yeah. But if you take that part of it out and put it in 1, then we're redistricting somebody out of office.
At some point, I think Highway 16 needs to be the boundary for precinct.
I agree. It's hard to do.
So we don't have that now, and to change it to this time would probably change, we could look at it, but I think it would change too much and dilute the minority
Yes.
considerations.
And that would be a major impact on 4.
Well, and 2.
Yeah.
Because 2 takes in part of Ranchero Road, which is densely populated, and then the neighborhood I was talking about before, there by the Hosanna Lutheran Church. And all that, now, actually, if precinct 1 took in both sides of Ranchero Road from 2 right now, that would increase the minority population for 1, decrease for 2. So I think we're probably at a good steady point here. I'd be happy to represent those folks.
Josh, can you save this map and then
Play with this.
let us look at
Yeah. Call that
use
eight.
Highway 16 as the boundary.
Yeah, call that A1 instead of the side.
Because what we're really talking about, Harvey, is if you increase the Hispanic ratios in one, we now have 2 precincts that have much higher percentage.
First time I ran for office, I didn't know where the boundary was. I know all those people from campaign. I know the whole neighborhood and all the families that live there.
Josh, why don't you call this one B as in boy? Is that consistent with your internal designation?
I think 16.
Yes, sir, that's fine. We can call this Plan B, and I can,
Draft.
if you want me to
Yeah,
change.
that changes.
Say,
That big area.
hang on just a second, Josh.
Put all that in 4.
Let's make sure they're good with this to be labeled as a draft B.
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Canyon?
Yeah.
He wants to make sure we're okay with this as a.
Yes.
That's
This is draft
a fair
Plan
amount of
B.
Yeah,
population.
Plan B.
Draft B, draft B.
Draft.
It's all zero.
Okay. Draft B, this is it, Josh. Save it.
All the way on up.
Gotcha.
And Northwest Hills, and you put all that in 4.
And now we're gonna move off this map in the area of Highway 16, correct? And begin to address a completely different issue.
So are we talking about taking everything north of I-10 and
No.
putting it in 4?
Maybe if we, he needs numbers, there's a big population up there that you can put into 4. He needs population. That's an easy spot to put them up.
Looking at that, the county line down to I-10 in that area, we can focus in on, bring it up.
Josh, what we're talking about is take I-10 that's in the 1 right now, everything north of I-10, and put it in 4, and let's see what it looks like.
And then make Highway 16 the boundary. That's that time, see. There's one will gain the long run, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to just do that now?
Yeah.
That's both.
Okay.
This is
We're
not.
getting into long-term net growth now.
Take that little corner from Gillespie County too. I'm tired of them having that. We want all that on the side.
Squatter's right.
So just all of this area
Yeah.
north of 10
Over to 16
here and,
Yeah, all
okay.
right. Big number.
That's what you wanted him to
They
do?
don't tell
Yeah,
us what you're doing.
I didn't suggest this one. I think
Well,
there's too much
we're
population
playing.
up here.
I thought it was going to 16.
Yeah, all the way to 16.
This isn't right
Okay,
then.
that's fine.
We're already.
We're already over.
Yeah, but
We're gonna look at another
Okay.
tweak.
But we're moving a bunch into one.
Yeah.
On the next
The
move.
second part of it would be to, you know,
Yeah, 16.
Oh, fantastic.
that's Bruce's
Right, look at
fault.
Bruce. No, I'm sorry.
Bruce?
Yeah.
Kidding.
No matter what
Josh,
you do,
Josh,
it's
it's a
a
good thing
safe
for me to be
feedback.
back.
He's back.
Let's go back there.
So we're going.
Okay.
Can we take a short break, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Get back to our line.
Everything northwest of Highway 16, Josh, can you put that in precinct 1?
Sure. Just this area back to 1?
Right.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if we want to do that yet, do we?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Just to look at it.
Oh, yeah, we have somebody.
Well, we got to.
Yeah, we do. We probably already have what we need to do.
Yeah,
This is a curiosity thing.
well, this,
And when precinct 2 grows, which is what you're talking about, I think this is the direction, if we don't do it now, that it'll end up.
Reminds me of when I
Well-
was a kid and had an etch-a-sketch.
as you look at the size of these precincts, the smaller we make 2 now, the easier it's gonna be for us going forward. Because they're gonna grow.
Yeah.
And so the more we can take from 2 and put in 1.
In land.
We've already done 3. The exercise that I'd like to do is take a look at it and see what can we put in 1? Take out of 2 and put in 1. Because that would be preparing us for the demographics that we're gonna see on the ground. It's gonna make it- And still maintain that, you know, I think we're all still thinking that Center Point's kind of still the epicenter of precinct 2.
Right.
I don't see Center Point in 3 anymore. So if we look at, we've gone about as far east as we can go for Center Point community. The only other place we have to take away from 2 is back along 1.
Well, if everything shifts over.
Or a future court may want to put all of Center Point in 3 and give up a lot of Kerrville. Make it much more,
Right.
make 2 and 1 Kerrville and 1 and,
Yeah,
4 and 3
yeah.
completely rural.
I think the rate limiting step, even a decade from now, is still gonna be 4, because 4 can't grow. And if we have to have these bigger precincts, how are we going to lead 4 east?
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be the issue.
But I think that whole area up north would help.
I agree.
And that's it.
But it can't work right now because we have elected officials.
So it's just to talk to the next person or JD for that.
But,
person to live up there.
I want to work hard on 1 because we can beef up 1. And that's preparing us for the future.
And
It's not hurting 2.
plus it's a much
And
better,
as
But
long
that's
as
a
we
lot of
don't,
population in there.
as long as we don't affect the racial balance.
Precinct 1 started off the closest to where it needed to be.
I know.
I didn't want to, other than the convenience factor, I didn't want to tinker with it. too much.
Well, let's take a look at this now, Harley. You pick out where you.
Highway 16, right?
Didn't do it.
Yeah. No. I don't know.
It hadn't been done yet. Josh, what we're talking about is
Great.
precinct 1, find Highway
Yes.
16 south. The southern part of 16.
Go on,
You wanna go all the way to
That's
I-10?
That's
go
north.
on,
You need to go
Yeah,
south.
well.
Pull
it
your
goes
map
to
up.
I-10, so.
Go to I-10, pick up 16, take everything south.
And give it to 1?
Give it to 1, see what we look like.
Okay.
Well, that's all a curve, that's all out of line. You think you need to go south of the river.
yeah,
Yeah, okay, south of the river on 16.
Okay, tell him where to,
Go down to the.
Right there,
That's
right there.
Sidney Baker.
Yeah.
It's gonna basically be Ranchero Road and, a little south of that.
wait a minute. Yeah,
hang on just a second, Josh.
that area right there where you're at, that could go, what y'all are talking about, into 1.
Yeah, all that right there, yeah.
Yeah, put that into 1. Anything else?
Yeah.
We'll take a polling place when we do that,
Where did that go?
Hosanna.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the corner up around the road, got Mac Street,
This has always been a much better boundary
Oh, yeah.
from the public standpoint.
That's 16 that we're looking at there?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
31.54.
Man, we messed up there.
2,000 people.
A lot of people there.
So you gotta move a bunch, now where can you, go back out and see where we can move people out of one? Into,
Go up, okay, then go up to about the center of the existing map that you have, the north center. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right, that area, enlarge it, please, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of funny lines up in there, Coronado.
Take this 783,
Make him go left or right or up or down.
follow 783, go back to the right,
Go to Harper Road.
Harper Road or and use I-10. Keep going down. Scroll your map. We need to go further west.
Go left.
Go left. Okay. Right where the blue dot on I-10 is,
Which one?
split the two. Right there is the road I'm trying to go. Come on to your right.
The green road?
Yeah, the green road. Use that as a marker, I-10 as a marker.
And everything.
And then just take everything west and give it to 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Where's the boundary line?
Everything
Harper
above.
Road and I-10.
Harper Road,
Yeah.
so all of Memphis and Campton, all that, that's a lot of.
Is that what you were saying, Bob?
Yeah, I'd like to see what this does.
Yeah, that'll help balancing that, you're gonna have to face later with 4.
Just make sure those are all roads that the boundary line's on.
Okay, so, yeah, he didn't take all of, what, it may have been, ooh, took a lot. We went to Mockingbird,
Clear either. Is that what we went to?
yeah, took Mockingbird,
Trinity Church, Trinity Baptist.
no, Mount Wesley,
Yeah.
You're on
Mockingbird,
you're on the west side of Harper Road completely, right?
Yeah.
It looks like, what is that dipping down in there? Harper Road? Oh, I see it.
yeah.
Upper Road's gonna basically get into the river. Essentially.
What did we do to our numbers? Blew them out pretty good.
15.29.
what precinct's way out of balance?
One is -8, and 4 is a +6. 6 and
So
8
you
is
just- what do you
14.
Don't take that whole area, just take part of that area.
Yeah.
Well, tell them which part you want.
Move
If you
it,
go to Method, it stops at Methodist and Campbell Road now.
yeah.
So
The
if you
current,
went to, say,
about
where
this,
would it go to? It would have to go Harper Road, there's no other.
There's no other.
Yeah.
So the boundary's gonna move east, correct?
You move,
if you take,
what's that?
where that, right about the center of the map, where that little indention is, move your cursor to your left. No, back
To the center.
to the, right there.
Smaller one.
Go from there to I-10 by following the road or what you can, straight up, or at about a 45.
Probably
What
gonna be.
road is that?
Okay.
That's Coronado.
But now you're further west.
I'm just saying if it balanced that back
Yeah.
out.
Give a little bit more back to one.
Yeah.
We're just playing games.
You're looking in the future now.
With today's number.
It's playing,
That's what,
yeah, but you're playing games, but you're really fixing a major problem
No,
on
Yeah.
Highway 16
Well,
south.
maybe.
If we can figure out how to keep the, adjust the numbers.
If Northwest Hills was not part of it, then that would
That
probably
helped
solve
quite a
it.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10%.
That took 4 almost to the ideal number then.
Yeah.
That puts us 4% out. That's not a bad option.
What's that little dangling thing
Yeah,
there?
what are we doing? What are we having for?
Well, it's natural boundaries, that's what they had to use.
So what would be the new boundaries if you did that?
Can you enlarge it, please?
There you go.
Zoom in, yeah.
Methodist encampment and what?
We took in, part of, Village Glen, which would be, what are the roads back, Mount Laurel, East Lane, and then we went up into that the new development, Becker Harley, west side of Harper Road,
The heights.
the Heights.
We put all that in 4? Yeah. What do the numbers look like?
Just down to 4%.
Well, we bumped it up just a little bit. It's gonna go
5.2.
Yeah, 30%.
You might put one, is there a way to put a little bit area in that south, but lake sticks down back in, or somewhere,
Add a little bit.
add a little bit more back to one,
Oh.
right in that area?
There's a road there.
Well, there's a little rectangle right above the purple one there, that little box that you can use,
Yeah.
Yeah, move that over.
What is that? What are those roads?
I can't remember what it is.
That's,
What road is that? Straight road, is that Jackson?
yeah, maybe.
In the neighborhood.
It could just be a block boundary line. It doesn't
no
populate as a road here.
Okay, but it's a clean cut.
Could you reduce the size? I want to make sure we didn't take a polling place doing that. Keep reducing. Keep reducing.
Did they vote at St. Paul's over there?
Yeah. About dead center in the map.
Well, we went the wrong way on that. We need to take it to go the other direction. Our deviation went back to 5. We need to,
Right above that appendage of the street. We should have a corner.
Yeah. You have a laser pointer.
Scroll up a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, go scroll down, I'm sorry, I took you wrong. Okay,
Yeah, we're all
That-
right on
that-
polling.
right there on, what is that, Bob? Methodist encampment, right there.
That's Methodist and
Could we, just that little bit, could,
Carve that off.
yeah, could we make that straight line?
Stay under.
Arcadia Loop?
Does it go all the way to the boundary?
It'll go all the way to 27 in Methodist encampment.
Yeah. And that still would keep St. Paul's in one, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So that makes,
That's a clear cut.
Camden becomes the boundary between 1 and 4 right there? Yeah.
that's a good spot.
Yeah. that's not
Is that squiggly line a road?
That's a creek bed.
Yeah, that's what we were using for the boundary before.
Well, I want to
But
make
that's a
sure
cleaner
when we get to the,
line.
Line Creek.
Oh, that's right. See, it's
Actually, that's Elm Creek.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, yeah,
Elm
right.
Creek.
why don't we use a
Yeah,
road?
Because it's just a drive.
Yeah.
Methodist encampment,
That's a good boundary.
that's a good boundary.
What
It's
about
not
that
the
little-
best boundary. A
No.
creek's never the best boundary compared to a road. We like to use roads.
Well,
Sure.
let's go up, and what about the part that's on right there? Yeah, let's put that in there too, and see what happens.
I mean,
What is that?
It looks like a park.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's Elm Creek Park.
That's
Clean it
not-
up.
It's the other part of, it's the city park, it's the other part of
Yeah.
Elm Creek Park.
It just cleans it up a little bit.
There's no
And then
possibility.
that makes Methodist encampment the road.
And that road's a good boundary.
Yeah.
well, if you're really smart and have a ability to not use a river or a creek, you never want to do that.
Well, that's not the Methodist Encampment Road,
Well-
it's not the boundary.
Well,
I thought there was a
now
creek
it
over
will
there.
be, Methodist encampment will that, what,
It is now.
Yeah.
It is now.
Not
No,
all the way.
Partially.
It wasn't all the way.
This is straightening it out.
This is a improvement.
yeah.
Well, show me where it is then, because I don't see it.
Right where his
It's right
cursor
there.
was, yeah, that's Methodist encampment. Before, that was all in yours, to the
Right.
west of it.
Right.
Well,
So that's in precinct, that would be in precinct.
Right,
four.
we'd move the red
All
line
Methodist
to
encampment
Methodist
neighborhood.
encampment.
West,
West of the road.
west of the,
Everything west of West Memphis,
I
Kansas is full.
They're making it.
that would be.
Past
Right.
Mount
Instead of
Wesley and
Yeah,
head
you just go
north.
straight up to Mount Wesley, everything to
Making
the
it
west of
the road
that
instead
was
of the
four.
creek.
Not much of camp, but
No,
the end.
no.
What
Well,
are
that
our
doesn't
numbers
look like
before
what
that
I'm
point?
seeing there. I mean, I see the road and I see
13,
the red lines that we just
377.
took in.
But to grow four right now is
You-
a smart
you-
thing to do, because that's gonna be the hardship in 10 years, I tell you.
it used to be purple. Now
That's
it's,
coming out of
now
one.
to the west, to the left, it's
What's one?
light.
What are our numbers in one now?
12,699.
That's a little low, we need to find something more. But we'll get- Who do you take it from?
Three. You take it with
Three south.
You take that
Up
Robert
here,
Heights area.
119.
Oh, you can't, that's where, you can take,
Not Guadalupe Heights, Guadalupe Street is what.
yeah.
Up here where
What about straight
precinct
one of those
314 is,
Oh, yeah.
what about that?
What's that?
Up in
314?
precinct 314, up in there.
Yeah.
There's some
that
spots
where-
in there where
Is that where,
Well,
it's right next to 119.
area, that's what the Calou is, and then it runs up to Guadalupe Street.
Right, and that's why, that's,
Did you wanted to give Guadalupe Street to one, right, Jonathan? Is that what you just said?
That would actually make sense.
it used to be in one.
Yeah, because it made sense. That all ended.
Well, it was a swap between that area for the area up there by Stephen and, up in that area.
Roy
They
and-
switched those two.
This area here, you want me to get back to one?
Where's,
Is that the?
Could you enlarge it?
Paul live?
Could you enlarge it, please, and I'll look? That would be satisfactory. That's
Put that in
satisfactory.
one, let's see what it looks like.
That'd be fine.
That's okay.
And that's just everything south of Guadalupe Street. What do our numbers look like?
12,787 and 1,
Where it's changed.
12,988 and 2, 13,446 and 3, 13,377 in 4.
Where's Paul's house?
I can't say online.
Does he stay in his precinct?
He gets
Well, see, what we've got going
It's all
on there, that
confidential,
doesn't
Don.
make any sense to me.
on my records.
It should go out to Highway 27, that neighborhood. Or make a lot more sense than that does.
Unless he's moved, but that's what,
Just in that neighborhood.
it's fine now. Yeah.
But if we moved it all the way, that whole neighborhood.
Okay.
See,
We need to stop at Guadalupe Street.
yeah, we can't go any further.
There's nothing there.
Let's zoom out and take a look at the eastern boundary of one adjacent to, see where we are.
We could use more City Baker as a boundary.
Yeah.
Coming down from I-10 to go down to A Road, then cut over.
Where's Sidney Baker?
Right, that little, how about that through there? Where his cursor is.
What is that?
It's Ranchero Road.
Oh, yeah, that's where we need to get to. I thought we
I thought we did that already.
did that. When we took in, everything, we get past it, we get south of the river and everything on Highway 16.
Well, we kicked it back out when there was that whole area,
Yeah.
because there was 3,000 people there.
Yeah, too much.
That little neighborhood I started with, talking about that, foot at least.
Right there, see
About
what
right
that
there,
would
see
do.
what that does.
That makes sense.
What'd that do?
It went up a little bit, but got your numbers better. It just,
I'd go,
two's way low now.
Well,
But
that's
it's
actually,
within
that
reason.
needs to be our lowest number.
Exactly.
These are all those numbers.
Without doubt, that's a natural boundary, that's a good deal.
Might be willing to live with that.
I think I'd go back up to Guadalupe Street and put that back into 3, because it's, all we're talking about is the deed.
Well, to have that little finger of it like
Yeah,
that,
you
that
got,
doesn't
you
make.
got that.
That's up
Well, you got those condos that built there.
Yeah, but it's kind of that whole neighborhood, even though it's kind of a part of the neighborhood, it can go either way.
Well, you keep over the natural boundary there.
Yeah, the river, which is pretty
That's
easy.
fine.
But not that many people.
We went up as far as our number.
Yeah, but we're within the deviation and everything else looks.
Sure. Can we?
Let's go back and look at our ratio.
Yeah, let's see about
Make sure.
30,000 feet again,
Yeah.
see what we're looking at.
Who has the, I can't read the numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
What are the numbers in these precincts now?
To the south, Josh, to the south of I-10, on the northwest side of Kerrville, there's a red line. Move the cursor to the left. To the left, stop. Okay. The red line's off, isn't it? The colors are correct.
We moved.
That's, or is that an existing line?
That's what
Red's
that we
existing.
changed.
Okay,
Red's existing,
all right.
and we
Yeah.
moved it.
All right, just for discussion, we've still got the existing line in to show
Existing
For
acreage is
What
gonna
it
be.
took in.
how far got
Current.
increased.
Existing current.
No change.
Stretch B.
Okay. Can you zoom out, Josh?
Who needs population?
I think I do
No
now.
more.
Yeah.
One.
And that could be, that's what I was suggesting,
You
that
get a
could be
city-
picked
what
up there in the high part of 3.
Yeah, go to Sidney Baker and I-10, right where your cursor is, and come down Sidney, blow up on that area a little bit. And pull
Most
the
of
map
those
up,
roads.
pull the map up just a little bit.
Meaning you want to look
Up
south.
up is to the north. Yeah. Trying to find a road, oops. Go. I want to see more of the map to the south.
He wants to look south towards
A little
town.
more, a little more. Okay, what's that road? Is that Holdsworth that cuts through?
Holdsworth is right about the cursor.
Yes, sir, it's Holdsworth
Why
here.
don't we put everything north of Holdsworth to I-10 in one?
That's going to be a big.
Yeah, that's a big
It's
population.
not a lot of population,
No.
and it's
Yeah, you
above
got all of
zero.
Vicksburg Village up there.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's 2 now?
It's one. That's 3.
No,
Three.
Okay, 3.
Yeah, Vicksburg,
So-
right there.
Yeah, that's much.
That's too much.
But you could put the
This side of
northeast corner
Holdsworth
in.
would-
You know, you could put the northeast corner in, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, use
Yeah.
Leslie Drive.
Right around in there, yeah.
Use I-10 Leslie Drive in Sidney
You
Baker.
can go down, you can go down to Roy Street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Roy, we just, all the way back up by the interstate on there.
Yeah,
yeah. You,
it butts up against the
And that's coming down the street.
Keystone and all that.
Yes.
So it's complete.
That's fine. You going, you are, right?
And that goes all the way through, so. That does divide the neighborhood there
Yeah.
pretty much.
That area is pretty much city of
It's
Kerrville.
mixed,
It's
yeah,
city
it's
of Kerrville.
it's mixed use.
Mixed use, city of Kerrville area. It should annex.
That's
there.
kind of.
Some of us, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the area is, to me, prime for redevelopment, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful location, rolling hill,
Whoa. Take a look at that.
Your number didn't change
Huh?
Didn't
appreciably.
change much.
But
This is
you're-
one very strange block that
Yeah, what is
connects
that?
right here.
Well, it is pretty strange up in there.
What is that?
That's,
What road is it?
Keystone,
Yorktown,
Yorktown.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whole new development, that
Mhm.
Keystone. on the
that's up
west
on
side.
top of the,
That's,
Yeah.
the mountain.
There's a good many
That's where
houses.
Commissioner Moser.
Yeah, moved to.
The Heights.
Is there a,
No, it's-
Josh, is there a road that would,
Ridge.
Cut it off?
yeah, cut that
Ridge.
off?
No,
That Yorktown?
there isn't.
Mm-mm.
It-
Yorktown goes down
It goes.
to Sydney Baker.
All the way to
into the
Stadium.
region and back up, yeah.
But it crosses
The closest you get to cutting it off of the,
Stadium Drive.
yeah.
But there's a lot of population in Vicksburg Village, Yorktown.
Yeah. What's to the left there, that funny looking?
It's pretty dead, I think that's pretty, not.
That's not developed,
Most of it's undeveloped,
and that's Town Creek up above it, is that what
I
that
think
is?
so.
On the left.
So we're looking at that map right there, is from center of the map.
Well, I guess you,
Yeah, there's not much.
There's not much.
South of Oslo.
but that's gonna get developed too.
I know.
So that runs to Sydney Baker. Is the,
That's why I
the,
put it
the
in
foot
one.
on that part that looks like Italy, is that Sydney Baker where it's from?
City's got all kind of plans. in there.
Right there?
Yeah, right there. What road?
No, that should be
Yeah,
Stadium.
over that.
That's Stadium.
Yeah.
So we didn't take in all the way down to Sydney Baker.
Trying to get a meeting set up in EA.
But Josh, is all of that we just did one census block or several?
What I have highlighted, this yellow area here is all one census block,
Okay.
yes.
Right.
And if we extend that down to Sydney Baker there,
Then you're,
what roads are there? Past Stadium Drive, you got at Yorktown Road.
You're looking to get
Yeah.
more than one?
Huh?
You're, to put more into one?
Yes.
I'd leave that.
You're at 13.5 now.
you're at 13.5. Precinct 2's 12,667. Precinct 3, 13,040. Precinct 4, 13,377.
Those are a lot better numbers long term.
Well, there's Yorktown Road goes up there in dead ends.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do they go in both?
Get my tablet.
Zion,
I think so, Yeah. yeah. Because that's 312.
312.
So, on the opposite side of Yorktown there, that's now in yellow, where the purple block is. I don't see it now. But that's
Calvin Fox's baseball field.
that's the ball field. Okay. They'll be
And
really
the city-
happy to know.
The city's
I'm
doing
the
something,
priest.
the city's doing something.
They'd love that. Okay. So it makes sense that Yorktown is taken into, because they gotta come this way. And the people on either side of them, that's a whole nother animal anyway. But I don't know what the road is there. Is that Yorktown Road on the right side there?
where his cursor is,
Where
well,
his cursor was, okay.
right there, that's your Yorktown.
That's Yorktown going up. What's that boundary?
South of there?
No, just to the right of that. Where the red line is, what is that boundary?
I'm assuming that's a census block, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, well, it follows a road, doesn't it?
No.
No.
It's, I think, just a property line. It goes to Stadium down here, but this itself is just a property boundary, most likely.
When we end up drawing these lines for elections, we gotta use roads,
Right.
y'all,
Yeah, right.
gentlemen.
So-
I mean, the census blocks may be helpful to figure out numbers, but when we actually draw the territorial line, needs to be a road or a natural boundary, like a creek or a river? And we don't
That's
like.
why I asked.
No, that's,
Because I know
you're
that's
dead
not
on
a
it.
road.
Now, Josh, on this stuff that you're doing, when we start getting to the point where you're gonna, where it looks like we're getting to is the map right position
close.
before we hit the numbers, I don't want to do a map that has a census block as a commissioner precinct boundary line. We need a road, or a river, or a creek, but primarily
Preferably.
preferred road.
We've used major power lines in the past. I know you don't like it. We have one right now.
Maybe you did.
There's a coat trail
we
up
kind of
there.
have some. All right, now I'm all for trying to figure out the future, but my problem right now is to make sure that you have a map that'll work for where.
That you can defend.
Yeah, we have a map that we can.
Well, yeah, but that people can
We can
figure out where they are, and
Yeah, sure.
and 80+% is going to be a road identification marker.
Which is why that Yorktown thing we were looking at, that little finger on it, that doesn't work.
So I'm all for keeping the discussion going regarding this idea here. But Josh, right now, do we have, in this discussion for this draft plan, we don't know what the number or letter is yet, but do we have roads for the boundary lines of the precinct, or are there census blocks or creeks or rivers?
I believe we've cleaned most of it up so that they are road boundaries.
Well,
There were some, things, for instance, before we moved to Methodist encampment, that was, for instance, a natural boundary. But I think we've cleaned up most of the things that were a bit
well, we need
less
to.
desirable in that.
Can you
way.
check that? Take a few minutes and do another check on that. The Methodist boundary is a creek. They seem to want to leave the creek as the
No,
boundary.
no, we
No,
moved from the creek to a road.
All right, stop.
We cleaned that
See
up.
that
Stop.
line there, Chuck? That
I'm
red
talking
line?
about the west line that's squiggly that looks like a river.
That's the old line.
That's the old line.
All right.
Yeah.
We're changing it to a road.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It went down in.
It's going down into that straight road.
Precinct one gave that up.
Okay. If you're confident, Josh, that we've got roads for the county commissioner precinct lines, so we can continue the discussion. But if there aren't, if there's some problem areas, we need to
I
look at
think we need to
them.
go back up to where we were
Yeah,
by Yorktown, and I think let's say 3.
yeah.
It's too, it just doesn't divide
No, it does.
That area right there needs to go back.
back to 3.
Yeah.
That's not, it's,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Does that takes in Roy and those streets?
yeah. There's not much population.
It doesn't make sense that that's in 3 to me, but, and I like your idea of being, using Sidney Baker,
Right.
Highway 16 as our divider.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
not gonna work.
That's a lot cleaner.
People in Vicksburg really like it.
Yeah.
So. Most of them, anyway.
One of them. That's because you live so far away.
So what we're doing right now is just double checking this experimental, trying to do what I call the cleanup grant.
It has a chance to be,
Yes,
it has a
just
chance to be
these boundary
sued.
lines, just to see if they're
Right.
Well, are we back
mostly
on
along
plan
roads.
B?
No, this is the cleanup grant.
This is the draft that's
But this
after
we're
B.
looking at
We
this-
haven't put a letter on it yet, but it could be C.
We got that first one saved, right?
Yes, sir.
Well,
And
this,
that-
this cleans up some things, this is
I,
pretty advisable.
without a doubt. Oak trail's gone.
Still the dry creek.
some of these boundaries, for instance, Chuck, or, commissioners, they are not roads. For instance, over here, I don't know if, these blocks get larger the less populated the area is usually, so, if, something like this massive block might not have a road as a boundary to choose. at
Well-
least the whole way.
Well, we need to resolve that now.
Yeah.
Because if we're back on the southeast and northeast, if those lines didn't involve county roads or highways, we got a problem.
Yeah.
Or creek, we need to make sure about that.
I think, well, let's go back and double check, but I think that that's the boundary between 2 and 3. I think if we worked on that, I think we did stay on those pretty much.
I think there may have been.
I think you identified something that wasn't.
Well, I don't know that that's a road there.
The issue is, Josh, on the
Right.
2 to 3 move, we want to make sure that the boundaries on the commissioner lines are now roads. If they're not, holler out and we'll take them point by point.
Understood. Yes, this, for instance, is not a road. It's most likely just a natural boundary. The block, however, is quite large. If you want me to reassign it, just to.
That's,
Not
if you
yet.
want me to assign it to.
Not yet,
Okay.
not yet. Just
Okay.
identify that it is not a road. That's a problem.
that's that creek that comes into the Guadalupe there at Center Point Estates, isn't it? All these zigs.
Birdie Creek? Not
Birdie Creek.
No, Verde Creek's gonna,
But
there's another creek back in there.
Yeah, it's,
There's Cherry Creek here that runs into it, I believe, along this side.
Yeah. And that's a good guy, that's a major creek.
Yeah.
Well, what, you're moving it around, what are you looking for?
I'm just trying to see if there's other boundaries that are not road.
Can you confirm that the, put your cursor on the rectangle at 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
and then you go right. Well, now, wait a minute. Three is given to 4, so it's the red line.
2 to 3.
I'm sorry, excuse me, yeah, 2 to 3. So it's the eastern boundary. Turn off the census block color, get that green, lime green deal out of there and make the precinct colors come back correctly.
Okay, the block lines are off now.
All right. On the new proposed eastern boundary of 2, from the rectangle to the bottom of the current map screen, is that a creek? Keep going around the corner and now to the right. Just trace it. Trace it. Stop. Stop at that right angle. All right. Is that a creek? Or a census
There's
block?
Cherry Creek that runs around this way.
That's,
This is not anything, it seems. Most likely it's a property line.
then it's not gonna work.
What's the road that's under that straight line right there? No, back where you were talking,
That straight line.
Yeah, it looks like a,
what road would run off that, Jonathan?
Can't figure out where that is. Is that?
I don't either.
Could we put 2 all the way over to that creek, since we're using that creek above it anyway? Just to put that old little section back into, since it'd be a natural boundary.
Cherry Creek is almost all off Lane's Alley.
Yeah.
And all the,
Or is it,
I'm trying to figure out where.
What?
Cherry
It
Creek
still
basically is
says-
along Lane's Alley Road.
it still says Cherry Creek there. You know the territory better than any of us, Jonathan.
I can't figure out.
Well, if you can, we sure can.
Well, if you go to Lane, let me blow up and so I can see where Lane's Alley is exactly.
Yeah.
Tell him to go left, right, up, or down.
Zoom out.
You move it, you go to the left, move the map to the left.
Huh.
A little bit there. Is that Lane Valley right there? Now blow it
Where
up.
my cursor is, yes.
Yeah.
And now blow it up. Little Lane Valley. It's hard to see the road on that color.
It's just Lane Valley Road East, is what it says here.
Can you trace it all the way down, just with your cursor, so we keep track of it? Okay.
That may be,
We need to be west of that road.
well, yeah, but we're not, there's not much population there.
No.
If we figured out, if we make sure we're a road instead of just a line, that may be the solution.
We can't use census block
Yeah.
demarcations for our commissioner precinct lines.
Josh, what
Yeah,
road is
natural,
east of
and you
that?
enter an order to
East of
that
valley?
effect.
I mean,
It's
west,
South
west.
Fork.
Let's go west,
West.
west.
Oh,
Where the division is, right there.
Somewhere in that area. Any
Cook,
roads?
Cook.
Which comes out of Elm Pass, doesn't it?
Cook is the boundary of, Center Point Estates. Or, not Center Point Estates, Pecan Valley.
Pecan Valley.
Okay.
All, is Pecan Valley all on one side?
Yeah.
No, when you go to Cook, you can use Cook as a dividing line, you're gonna put a few people in 3, but
Yeah.
not many.
Did you find Cook? Josh?
is it just farther south here?
No, it's to the west.
Yes, it's right here.
What do you use in?
Look at dead ends, doesn't it?
What if you came out, Center Point Estates, go up that road all the way, and do Center Point Estates as a dividing line? I don't even know the name of that road.
Center Point Drive, I think.
Yeah, and there's,
But it goes all the way back to where, it goes all the way back to Cook, almost.
I didn't know that, but.
yeah.
It goes back to the satellite property, Baldwin Ranch.
But can you get there from here? Some of those roads you can't get there, even though they're in
Yes.
the.
All right, so-
Dead end at PJ's house.
Where's your cursor, Josh? Go to the right angle. No, down to the left there. Is that right angle a road or not?
No.
Okay,
It does not seem to be, no.
okay. What is the first road that you see to the west?
That would be Cook Lane over here.
Okay, how
That
far?
line right now is the school district line, is what it is. Can we use school district boundaries?
No. You need a road or a natural boundary. You entered an order to that effect.
So you've been using one for all this time, then, correct?
Goes far back right here.
That little notch that was out there. was-
The whole, there's several of them.
So we've covered that mistake up.
One of them.
So we're cleaning that up now.
Shall we go to Cook?
Yeah, we got to.
Yeah.
Let's trace Cook, let's see what we've got.
Cook's gonna be hard too, well, it's gonna be,
Yeah. But it's just not, no population there to speak of, so it's just a matter of.
You've got, sorry, you've got this quite large block here,
Yeah.
and that encompasses Center Point as well as Cook,
Yes.
and then you've got the 2 blocks here. Would you like me to put all of these in 3?
Yes,
I think we can do that.
No,
can't do that,
you cannot.
no.
Why?
It'll get, because that block goes all the way over to Elm Pass and all the way up to Center Point.
Or you can have to come east
I mean,
with your.
if you had to put a portion of Center Point area into 3, that would be not a bad area to do it. Because those are, I mean, it's kind of a block area, but it's a big area.
The challenge when you get over to this part of the county is the absence of roads. The
Right.
solution is to go back into Kerrville and make the moves, if you can't do it.
Which is why they have them that way now.
Well, we need to clean up what we've got.
Because right now, we're using school district.
Well,
And
the
we're not doing it
plan
right,
that,
so we gotta clean that up first.
What roads are in that odd looking little thing jutting in the three?
This here,
Yeah, over to the right of there, Josh? That, what roads are in there?
so you've got Lane Valley, and it cuts off at Lane Lane.
So that little piece up above there, north of where you're at here, is that just ranch land?
Yeah. Three range,
It seems to be.
three range.
No road.
I mean, only option really is to take in, use 1280 over to Elm Pass and boy, you know, when you get in, carve around Mosty and do that, where you're taking a big chunk of Center Point. There's no roads that connect to our whole area.
And that's taking it out of three?
Two and putting
Taking
a
it
bunch
out.
of Center Point in three.
This is gonna skew the threshold analysis.
Well, to get the numbers right, we go back up to Sidney Baker and take those numbers out of three. Put in the Center Point into three. But that, I don't know what that would do with that second consideration.
Well, we've got to find some roads
Yeah.
on this eastern boundary for
Now,
three.
the other option. I don't want that option.
Yeah, I did, I thought you were getting sensitive.
No, just put all the Center Point in three and put a bunch of Kerrville back in two.
That's certainly a possibility. This is all Elm Pass here, so we could put this area in there into three.
I go 173 all the way to River Road, or to River Road. We kind of line along the river and put that whole area into three and then take it all out of Kerrville.
now that there are two competing theories about drawing.
I'm watching those two.
One is the,
You're math Give me a mess.
one is to use the natural boundary road rule, and the other is not to bust up a census block. But you can bust up a census block. We just don't like to do it.
Well,
Because it makes,
census block takes a back seat to the consideration about racial
Well, and neighborhood
balance,
character too.
whatever they call
So
it.
our problem is, the baseline that we need is in totally unsettled territory, no road.
This is
Right.
the big branches, there's no roads in
There's
there.
nothing in there.
Yeah, if we move Center Point into precinct three, it's gonna completely change dynamics.
Yeah.
I mean, boots on the ground.
Without a doubt. I thought we were real close a couple hours ago.
For local political considerations, it makes a lot of sense.
I know, didn't realize that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I kinda like where we were.
I mean, I like where we were. I thought I was as happy as I've ever been with Brady, but all of a sudden,
I thought it was a road.
Before we decided to keep going and keep diddling with it until we broke it. That first one we had was pretty good.
but that's
But it was,
usually
What?
and roads.
how do you draw it?
Well,
When the
that
people,
might not be as hard.
when the people say, where's the boundary? You know, tell me where tell me, do you have a meets and bounds description? No. Is it going along a creek? No. Well, what's the boundary? Well, it's a census block line.
Well, come over to Lane, make that,
Lane Valley, but where do you cut over? There's no roads. There's no roads that go from Lane Valley
okay.
that way to the west.
Creeks.
Just from Highway 27 all
Yeah.
the way to the county line, there's
You're
not
right.
a road that runs west off Lane Valley that connects to another road.
Yeah.
So another way you could really do it is you have to go over to Elm Pass or 173, and once you do that, all of a sudden you're splitting the community center point.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what has to be done. Maybe you just, you know,
Well, that's what we did with Kerrville.
Then what do you do with their polling
Yeah.
places?
But then, the logical choice to me would be to go, use 480. Or go up 173 to River Road and cut over to 27 up Sutherland, something like that. And then take 480. Now you can't do that.
Unless that go back to the drawing board and go back into town. Leave the existing lines.
So we gotta fix this here because we can't use,
Can't use that school
we
district.
can't use
line.
that straight line.
Okay.
Well, like I say, we can't use that school district line, which we have before.
Well, you can pull those ranches into 3, and that's not gonna hurt anything, and go out. We had a line earlier that I thought took in too much, because it looked to me like there was a road we could have stopped on and we went past it. I don't know what road it is. But as Jonathan said, all those roads in 3, further, they all loop back around to something else.
I don't understand.
Well, why don't we take about a 5-minute break and clear our heads and come back to, we're going back to the drawing board.
We're going back to going on D, correct?
I think we do
I don't know.
a map and just look at what happens if you use center point, put all center point in 3, and see what has to. And
They
then-
already looked at it.
Well, my suggestion is, since we all like the first map, and we were pretty close on our numbers, go back and see if we can move it
Yeah.
over a street or 2.
See if it-
But that's
We
the
are,
most-
and the problem
Yeah.
is, that's,
I know, but, that was the one we settled on, the numbers were right. So if you have to move a line a little bit here or there, you've already,
if there's no little
I hear
movement.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that would be okay if we had roads, but I know the roads out there, you know the roads out there, and we're not gonna be able to do that.
Can't do it, you
You
can't.
know the roads out there, you know the roads out there.
There's no
we're
road.
talking about the south part.
You got Lane Valley, and you got Elm Pass,
Yeah.
and that's it.
And they don't connect,
I know.
And so we gotta fill off one of those roads.
so you gotta use,
That's going over too far. You're gonna end up going over too far.
Are we on the break?
yes.
Yeah. I'm in the We're back in session.
All right, now we have the aerial up, Josh. Go back to the,
Yes, sir.
go back to the north. We're gonna run down this whole, we're gonna go north to south. And if we solve that with census geography, we go back to the original
Correct.
position that had the 4.59 maximum deviation. Okay. All right, so from the left side of the map, that looks like a creek. Can you get it closer for us? Yeah. All right, move to the east, to the right.
Sorry.
Keep going.
To a fence line.
Yeah. Now go south. That's a creek.
That's a creek.
See the trees on each side? Yeah. All right, then you hit what looks like a fence line or a property line. Again, that's the Census Bureau picking a visible boundary on the ground now. You know,
They had the same
boundaries
problem.
change.
Look at,
Yeah.
basically.
Now go south. Keep running.
That's still kind of ways out.
It's a creek and then another one, another fence line.
Thanks.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not.
All right, keep following your line south.
That's not a natural boundary there.
It's a fence.
No, that's that nothing straight in this, I mean, that's where y'all referred, that's gotta be a boundary line,
Right.
property
Down line
ownership.
between the Cagle, the old Ballfield Ranch and the old Ranch. And it's drawn that way for the school districts. Because of where the kids are going to school.
Okay, keep going. We're following it all the way down to conclusion, you know, to that B map conclusion on the southeast corner.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, keep going south. Well, that's what the agency did. And then there's a creek down there somewhere. That's a creek.
What is the red line? Is that something we did?
That's where the boundary used to be, yeah. Now, the brown is in the new precinct. Okay. Now go to map without aerial. Road map or whatever you call it. Now zoom out so we can see where we traveled to, from and to. Zoom out. Zoom out.
That whole line is.
And that's not ideal. But the Census Bureau has data to support their lines. We prefer that it be a natural boundary, and part of that area is our road. But in the absence of the roads, we can live with this. It's not
The only
ideal.
reason we can live with that is because those are major landowners, there's big ranches through there. And even though we're using the census cell block, it's not gonna make a difference because, right, well, they own large tracts of land and.
We just have to,
That's the only reason it works.
you know,
At some point, they may, if someone sells and someone develops, there'll be roads, and in 10 years, they can redo it.
Right.
But the school district.
That's not our
lines-
problem today.
Yeah, but the school district lines are pretty fixed, and people know what school districts they're in. They're hard lines. So, to me, that's reasonable.
now this is the configuration, including the move for convenience in purple, yeah. and including some adjustments in Kerrville, remember? That had a maximum deviation of 4.59. Does the consensus still exist that this is a idea that you'd like to see drawn up for consideration of final approval at the meeting on November the 3rd?
I think so. It balances everything out. We come out with, what is it again?
Let's go back to the racial balance.
4.59.
One would start with the 3 and one would
Okay.
That's important.
We started in 3
32 something.
with 32.91, and you've gone up 0.01 to 32.92. Now,
We don't want to err on that.
Precinct 1 had a 17.8, and you increased to 18.42. Precinct 2 started out with 22.8, but you decreased to 20.36. So, there's a reduction in
But we're maintaining
precinct
our
2.
minority precinct.
You are.
That's what's important.
You are. You gave to it, in other words, and also gave a little bit to 1, but it's not an appreciable. I don't think we call the phrasing.
I'm worried about 3.
We call it retrogression. In the materials we gave you, there's a discussion about retrogression. And I just don't think the facts are there to support it with such a small move when the largest Hispanic precinct was added to, not detracted from.
But again, this works to maintain that minority presence because of the bigger racial.
As I
That's all
understand
that
it,
makes it work.
the point of it is that you don't dilute the vote.
No.
You don't split a neighborhood so that they don't facilitate different precincts. Something that, if you have a line going down the middle of a neighborhood that affects that neighborhood, and only we're voting in this precinct, than that would be a problem, but we haven't done. So this is pretty easily, making an effort to keep the neighborhoods.
Now, the other idea that was being discussed with Highway 16, the Highway 16 issue, do you want to carry that discussion further?
No, I want to book this and move on. Yeah.
You want to do what?
I want to book it.
Book it? Okay.
We're good.
Well, what I need to do,
We're looking 10 years in advance, and
Okay.
and everything's going to change by the time the next redistricting.
Especially us up here,
Yeah.
and probably Chuck and Bob, hopefully will remember
We
this
can make
stuff.
this work. Let's do it.
For 10 years, and
I will if you will.
in 10 years, they're gonna probably do some major redrawing of this.
There could be some crack.
In 1 year, this will be obsolete.
Well, we know that. Well, what can we do?
There's nothing we can do.
No.
The only thing to do
you
is,
deal with it here and now.
Yeah.
yeah, it's good.
That's one way to argue. Now, I need to ask some questions.
Okay.
Make sure that we don't draw anybody out of their precinct and that the county precinct facilities are still in a location that are inside the correct configuration. All right, so let's start with precinct 1. Josh, can you
Yes.
zoom us in on precinct 1? We want to make sure that the current county commissioner with the new line proposed on this, I'm going to start calling this thing B, Josh Bristol, okay? Draft Plan
All right.
B with the 6.59% maximum deviation, we're going to call it Draft Plan B. With the current Draft Plan B Precinct 1 configuration, is the commissioner's residence still inside the area?
Yes.
Commissioner, are you looking?
Yeah, should be.
That just added to what?
There's no question, there's not even close, all right? Your facility, your business office, of course, is in the courthouse, at least one of them is, but you have a facility somewhere in Precinct 1, correct? Where is it? And is it still inside the new boundary line that we've devised? Not even close? Okay.
What facility do you have out there?
My domicile? What are you talking about?
No, you're
A
in,
place to vote.
in Caldwell, no, in Caldwell County, we
have indoor plumbing, is that what you mean?
in Caldwell County, we call it the precinct barn where the equipment is. And I know y'all have, but sometimes, even though with the unit road, you have some spots. All right, so there's no problem with your residents. Let's move to precinct 2. Is your residence still inside the new line, the new proposed line? Commissioner Letts, on
Yes.
precinct 3, did we
We're good.
do it correctly? Precinct 4, Commissioner
No
Harris.
problem.
Now, you got some county facilities in the form of JP offices and constables. Your JP and constable lines are synced up, or coterminous as we called them before. Have these, is the configuration on Plan B, has it messed with that, any JP or precinct, or constable line?
No, we checked them out.
You're sure?
Just look at the, blow in, just make sure that it's corrected the last time. How is it, the courthouse divided?
Go all the way into Kerrville, Josh.
We split
Yeah,
one here.
just one second. I'm trying to deal with some technical difficulties. I just had the map plan crash on me.
Well,
so I'm trying to see if I can recover all those changes we just made.
well, we're looking at it. We're looking at a screen that's got it up.
Take a picture.
Yeah.
I paused it for y'all. Yeah. Oh goodness.
County attorney's taking this.
Yeah.
Screenshot.
That would be a good help. My screen that I can see that static image on is extremely small. I can't blow it up.
Heather,
Yes?
you can come take it right here.
Oh, good idea. Chuck, I'm gonna send it to you.
Can you say what's up there?
I can
Scott?
do it myself, actually.
I can't even see what's up there.
Oh, you're seeing
Hold
that.
on, let's get these numbers down.
Now you can take a screenshot of that one.
Here, Chuck, right behind you is better.
This one's a better picture.
Will you save that first? Or you do a screenshot?
No, because
No,
he's
right
got
here,
control
Chuck.
of it.
Oh, he's got it.
You still on the line, Josh?
Here, yes. I mean, do you still want me to? Were y'all able to take a picture of what
Yeah.
you've got on your screens right now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I can unpause it then, and I can zoom in on the courthouse if you still need.
Is
Just want to make sure that.
is your machine working? Are you back up?
I'm back up. It did not, however, save the changes. So, yeah, it looks like its memory went back to about 11:15. So that's what I need to.
We had saved the first one before that.
Yeah,
We haven't changed it since then.
Yeah.
the
The rest of it was just plain.
draft B change is what we're looking for, draft B.
Draft B was saved long,
Yeah.
more than an hour ago. Just tell us.
Right.
Just tell us if you're up and running again on Plan B.
Draft B.
Draft B.
Draft Plan B. Is your machine running again? Hey, it's moving. The numbers have changed though. I don't know whether this is,
Is that a 6?
Well, at the bottom, we're not showing precinct 1.
yeah.
See, we just,
Yeah, it's not there.
well, I mean, all the numbers at the bottom, we're not even, we don't see precinct 1.
Yep, I think he's, think he's messing with the choke on the engine right now.
Yeah.
Does anybody do that anymore?
Get that.
On my zero turn, I do.
I was gonna say on my lawnmower,
And the four-wheeler?
yeah.
Say so.
Oh, he got hung up, didn't he?
Hello?
Hi, it must have kicked me out of the call as well.
Okay, we got you back.
How you doing, Josh?
All right. Well, I'm all right as I can be with that crash, but I've got most of those changes are still squared away. Here, as you can see, you just needed me to zoom in on the courthouse.
Yeah, I just want to make
Well,
sure.
I want to tell you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the maximum deviation number has changed.
Is it the north, where 1 and 4 meet by I-10 up there? Go.
Yes, it's this. Here, I'll change that back real quick.
Good catch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 1 and whatever other.
1, 3.
Yeah.
And then our chart's a little off. Precinct 1 no longer exists.
A lot of people be happy.
This isn't the one that this is the one we were playing with.
This is the one we were playing with.
There it is.
This is not the,
This is not the one. This is the one we were playing with, because
Yeah, hey, Josh,
What? Yes.
I think they're ready to jettison, forget about that thing we were working on for the last hour, and go back to the solid draft plan B. Okay?
All right, sure.
All right, so they no longer. Tell me when you're ready to talk with me.
Sure, just 1 second.
Okay?
that precinct 1,
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, is that better? I believe this, I think, might need to go back.
All right,
We
so
all had it before.
now I want to have a conversation with you, okay? Get to where you.
Thing?
I'll get to where you can stop and talk to us just a bit, all right?
That sure gave me a bunch more numbers.
it's not
it ought to be fixed.
We're not
It
sure.
should be any adjustment.
Look at our, we're 22 out. Then
Josh,
Yes, sir?
you may be doing some work that is not necessary. May I speak with you, please?
Yes, sure, that's fine. I'll just hold here.
All right. What we want to do is go back to the saved draft Plan B that was saved more than an hour ago that had a maximum deviation of 4.59%. Do you have that saved?
I'm trying to find the save right now. It should have automatically saved and be in the plan history.
Okay. The maximum D was 4.59%, and we called it draft Plan B as in boy. And it was way more than an hour ago.
yeah, it was 2 hours. About 8:30, back, and I thought this was a done deal. It was easy.
Doesn't work that way in government.
You're to be commended for trying to look into the future, don't get me wrong. But your growth problems here are almost unique. A little bit different than Kendall County, a little bit different than Gillespie County, because of the topography, in my judgment. And so, what you're trying to do to go back to the standard that seems to work just makes sense to me, without trying to be risky.
Well, we're trying to hold those two major communities, minority communities, in one precinct.
Yeah.
And made that precinct 3 because of those large ranches out there. We can do it. The truth of the matter is, next census, we have to do it a different way.
It's gonna be a wholesale, it's almost start from scratch.
And Center Point is gonna dominate East Kerr County. We spent all day, all morning, trying to work around Center Point. So.
And the other way to
And
do it
this
is,
is as close as we can get to doing something for this decade.
Oh, yeah.
In 10 years, it's not gonna look anything like this.
either two, and it'll be easier because likelihood is the commissioner for 3 will not be in the far southeast corner of the county. So it'd be easier to move that line around, but Center Point probably needs to move into the eastern part of the county, and completely take over the eastern part of the county. It's kind of like Ingram anchors the west, so Center Point we come from anchor the east,
And so we have
in the city.
two huge precincts,
2 big precincts.
4 and 3.
Well, it can have a domino effect. It doesn't have to touch the next county, does it, by law? So,
No, you have some county commissioners precincts that don't touch each other from time to time. You know, the precinct has to be contiguous, land inside the precinct, but Guadalupe County's like that. Over by Church Civil, that precinct doesn't touch the one on the east.
Josh, you there?
Oh, sorry, I thought Sherry was in the call for a second.
No?
Sorry.
Yes, she is.
Calling
Sherry,
in support here.
She's on the phone here.
Sherry McCall.
Okay, hi Sherry.
Okay, have you found the draft plan B, Josh, saved?
I'm trying to find it. I'm not sure if it just crashed together with the plan or what the deal is right now.
Chuck, you have just to move along today, you've got a photo of it.
Hang on.
Your questions, the question I had on the courthouse was to make sure that the courthouse was divided between 2 and 3.
We didn't touch anything before.
no, we didn't get
So-
that far.
I mean, I think we all live in our precincts.
We need to see if the data's still on our machine.
Yeah.
How did we get to that point, Josh? Where are you? We need to find draft plan B saved.
Yes, I'm trying to recover it.
Sherry, we hear your voice coming off this computer that's hooked up to GoToMeeting, but you're not on the call. Is that correct? That's a telephone number.
I can give the phone number if that works.
Sherry, can you hear me? This is Kimbrough.
You need to call me. Conference it.
You need to call into to the telephone number. Can you do that?
You can. I don't think so. Online.
Can't conference that one?
You are. Well, how come her voice is not coming off that?
Have her call one of our phone, we'll put it on speaker,
Yeah.
You know, this.
or your phone or something, Chuck, and we'll put it on speaker.
Okay, I'm going to call you right now, Sherry. It's not, your voice is not being heard audibly.
anybody watching on YouTube that's still awake,
It's me.
Our deputy's still awake,
good afternoon.
Or you were just monitoring the call, you didn't hear about the problem?
Oh, she just joined. I was seeing if there's something that she could help with, regarding this crash.
Okay, so speak a little bit and see if we can hear you. Sherry?
Yes.
All right, I've got you on my speakerphone.
Okay.
All right, so Sherry McCall, we're looking at a proposed position that appears to be a consensus. We thought we had it saved, and then Josh Bristol's computer crashed. We're trying to retrieve the data from over an hour ago on something we were calling Draft Plan B.
Okay.
Josh, can you hear Sherry?
Yes, I can hear Sherry.
Help us.
Okay, Josh, can you, and you said about an hour ago, Chuck, right? So that would have been 11 o'clock?
Probably before 11 o'clock, but at least by 11 o'clock.
Okay, all right. Can you, Josh, have you, the last assigned geography that you have is at 10:18, is that correct?
I thought it was, so I went to that, but I believe that might have been after the fact, so I can restore that version.
The lady speaking is Sherry McCall. She's
And
the
she's
head of our
got a
GIS department.
Deviation of 10.46.
Okay, is that the last change you guys are looking for, or we have some other issues? I see a hole there.
Yeah.
That's not right. There's a previous, earlier one, I think.
It was the first one that was saved, wasn't it?
It should be the first one that was saved.
First one we did.
Have y'all been working inside this one plan, this precinct plan A, this whole time?
There should be a B.
Yes, we have, and then we changed it. We made adjustments, and Josh saved it. We called it here at the meeting Draft Plan B as in boy.
Okay,
I don't know what
okay.
Josh put on his machine as the identifier.
Okay, all right. So is this the plan that you guys were working on before you lost it?
No,
No.
that was not.
That's not B.
Screen
Okay.
it.
The plan
Josh,
we
I-
were working on before we
Can-
lost it is something
Can
we
you-
want to discard.
Okay, I am seeing, Josh, do we need to pull up Plan B?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was trying to find. So I saved the plan internally in the Edge program, but I'm not able to find that specific saved version. So I'm not sure if since it was within this session that it was lost with the crash, or if it would just be within plan history, which went
Hang on a
over.
minute, let me look into the master plan file real quick.
Yeah, Sherry's in Flower Mound, Texas. Josh is in Austin, and we're in Kerr. And they both got on the. They both have the ability to manipulate the map. So that's. She's been with us. She's been with us a long, long time. We use GIS services in lots of areas of our law practice, not just redistricting and voting rights, litigation, real estate work, contracts, stuff like that. One time I had two counties who were fighting over the boundary line. We used it then.
Was that it?
Yeah, because it froze. Or he paused it.
But he's buzzing on the right one.
Yes.
We have the hour, but we can tell us.
Okay, hey Josh,
Not to zoom in on it.
Yeah.
can you
Yes.
go, can we go to file manager, please?
Hey, I don't know if y'all know this. We had a power outage here as well, briefly.
Oh,
Briefly.
okay.
Does that change the geography for you?
no, I'm just trying to see, I'm looking for, Josh, can I get you to save this plan here and close out of it?
Sure, that's fine. Okay.
I still see Plan A up.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, do you have a Plan A that's got a 4.59 maximum deviation?
I think it was 2.5 something.
Yeah, but
It's not saved at that.
he might not have changed the ID.
Well, that's not it, because
We worked off of Plan A to get to a different configuration, and the total numbers for maximum deviation was 4.59, and that's what we wanted to call B. I don't know if you can see it, but
I've got so what I'm seeing on my screen is the last change we made where he filled in the block that was missing from District 3. Josh, is that plan still up, or have you, it's got a 12.34 deviation. Do you still have that plan up, or is it gone?
I can close out of it again. Yeah, I just opened it back up just as you were talking about it. Let me.
Are you on the main screen? Because I'm not seeing you close out of Edge.
I just had the screen paused.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, are you gonna open Edge and pull up Plan B? Filter by Kerr. Hit the filter on the workspace. There you go, by Kerr.
you're seeing all of our clients there. It's not a secret that they're our clients. You'll see all kinds of local
Okay, I don't
governments.
see Plan B.
Not sure if it just didn't save or if it.
Oh, don't open it. No, or never mind. Okay, what I need you to do is I just need you to close this one back out.
What's the last activity on Plan A?
Yeah, that's what let's look at that. But what we may have to do is just copy this Plan A and do some work again, and I apologize for that.
Well, Sherry, he might have been, the new B might still be called A on your machine right now. We were working on revisions to A. And we went through a big statement, hey, this is gonna be Plan B. He saved it. It may be just called Plan A right now.
Oh, okay,
improperly.
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate that clarification. I was confused because I jumped on here so late. So
No, it's all right.
Apologies.
We may.
Okay, can we go to the? Let's go back to the history.
I'm gonna go to the
Under
latest.
edit, there we go. Let's go. Plan history. Okay, and can you pull all the way? I want to go all the way down to the bottom of that list, if you don't mind. Okay, so we've got some backup cleared here. Do we know? Can you go just above where that stops?
They're all after 11.
There we go. Okay, it looks like the 1041. Can you give me a picture of that, please? No, don't restore it. Just give me a picture. There you go. Okay, all right. Looks like we were working between 1 and 3 right here. Is that, Chuck? Is that the last moves you guys were making, or were y'all at someplace else in the county?
Yeah, it was The last time we looked, before we said, hey, B's right, we're gonna call this B, were we doing any 1 to 3 work?
No.
It was 2 to 3.
2 to 3, all 2 to 3.
Yeah.
1 to 3 was when we were filling up on the interstate.
Yeah, I
The
think,
last thing we looked at was to double check, the 1 and 4 convenience.
last thing we did.
Looked at, I don't think anything, but just,
Right here?
everything was 2 and 3.
Other than that,
That's it.
that's with the cabinet deal.
That's on the last one.
Josh, can you scroll up the window just a little bit more, past 1047?
Before,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I might have to get something to drink here in a minute.
1050, keep going, 1053, keep going on up, keep rolling, keep it rolling. 1104, 1105, 1113. Okay, go back to, right there. Okay, what about that, guys? Is that the last move you guys were working on?
I can't see what it is.
Go ahead and restore this. Or actually, no, view on map, please, not restore, view on map. View, it's gonna be that third box going to your left.
This doesn't auto.
Yeah,
Is that what they're doing?
There you go, view on map. There you go. Zoom out, put that box down to the side just a little bit. There, you don't have to close it, just move it to the side. There you
No, it
go.
doesn't, yeah.
Zoom out a little bit and let the Commissioner's Court and Chuck take a look at this for us.
Okay,
Is
the
this
number-
last move?
No, the number we're looking for had a 4.59 maximum deviation.
Okay, all right. Josh, do you remember
before
where you
that
guys
time.
went after you made this change here?
After this change, we reassigned this back to 3 because there wasn't a block that this is
It
one.
made it fit?
block.
Okay,
It
all right,
was-
let's do,
Is that right?
hit
Yeah,
the
it
word,
is.
let's hit restore on this plan, please. Let's just restore to this point. Did you hit restore? There you go, and then dismiss. Dismiss, there you go. Okay, now go put that back into 3 like you were talking about just a second ago.
We're gonna get back to 4.1.
Do your select box. Right there, go to the radio, go to the radio button over there that says add selection, add to selection. Right there you go. All right, now just grab that, let's go click in on a whole area right there and let's get that back into Commissioner Precinct 3. Okay, all right, do you remember what the next step was?
Down, all the way down.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, that needs to be
I think
changed at the very
At the
bottom.
bottom, yeah. We put that back there.
We
Already did that.
We're not
we
on
brought
that.
the 3 precinct south a little bit. Didn't we move it down on the lower road?
No, that's
Or
where
what was that?
I think that's right.
This El Paso 2 and El Paso.
So the last.
Well, we're 2 points off. I wrote down the maximum deviation.
I thought we put that back.
Go up.
I wrote
Josh, is there some area in here that we need to move back?
I wrote down Elm Pass near
I believe
Marion County line.
we originally assigned this to 3 and then we assigned it back to 2 because it was a bit awkward of a move.
Yeah.
Did you go any further than just those 2 blocks?
There's some up there between 1 and 2 that it's still marked up there on this map, right there. See the red line?
Right there?
In that shit.
So that's the original.
We put that, that's not the one we were working off of, but that's not supposed to be in there.
Oh, so we need to put that back into Commissioner Precinct 2 then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I think you need to go to the jail.
Yeah, and take that,
There's a little piece.
we didn't take all that into.
No, that was changed, that's back.
That was changed.
That's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah.
this was still 2, I believe, and this was turned into 3.
No, the way you have it now is the way we want to leave it.
Right, that's good.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right, let's bounce back out. Let's see what we can do for the next piece. We've got piece up there, between 4 and 1.
Was that?
We need to put that back into
We do
one.
that way later.
That's what you move between you and you.
But we left that down there at Memphis, the cabinet at the bottom.
But some of these we didn't wanna,
You won't
they
leave
didn't
that.
want to end up or one early one in the
Yeah,
middle.
that was us playing right there.
A lot of these weren't in there.
Yeah. But that's a can change. I think we wanna.
We wanna keep that.
That looks good, but in that area there.
Then that changes the 4 point whatever, if you
Yeah.
keep that in there.
Then we may have,
How much does it change the numbers?
What?
The minority numbers?
Okay, raise your chart so I can see the whole demographic breakout.
That won't change it.
When is it change the numbers?
That's the containment thing won't change it.
You and I are.
It didn't affect 3.
Number 1 is down to 17.8. Number 2 is 22.8 originally, and now it's 21. So it's down a little bit. 3 is 32.91 originally. And it's been raised just slightly. And
That's the important.
just slightly. Okay, what happened? Didn't we have a plan B with 1 having all of that area up above? You know where the red line is?
No, they're working off the wrong map.
Yeah.
Well, we're having to recreate the.
I get it, but there's another map in there that has more of this done than this one does.
Sherry,
Yes, sir.
are we sure that we're in the point now where we feel like we're recreating the map positions and numbers that we had in what we call Plan B here? Is there a chance that Plan B is still saved on one of those line item entries?
That's what we were pulling back with the history.
Okay.
So this is, we pulled back the history as far as we had on what you guys were doing work on,
Okay.
which was considered what y'all are calling Plan B.
Well,
And
what time was that?
and what I thought we were doing was just trying to make these final changes to get it back down to the deviation you said you had on Plan B.
Well, all I know is that if we look at every entry and check the maximum deviation box on each screen, if we find 4.59, we're home. That's the configuration. Can we look on your auto-bound edge list and look at every entry?
We can.
And then look for the box that has the maximum deviation reading 4.59.
Good idea.
That'll be it. That'll be the map that we're missing, the configuration we're missing.
Okay, so we can go through and do that. If you're sure, we can't back ourselves into it from this point here.
We could, but it may take too much time. We think we made a big deal about it, making sure that Plan B was what was a consensus position, and I bet you Josh has it saved. We just don't have a tag on it.
Okay, we can attempt to go back and pull through each one of these moves in the history and try to pull it back. If you'd like us to do that, I'd be happy to.
Well, can we do it right now? Isn't it just a double click, a look at the top right corner of each screen?
Yes, it is. We'd have to click it and view it and click on the map.
We'll start at the earliest one then and work your way.
Yeah, go all the way back.
Go back to the beginning.
What's the time on the beginning?
This is 1041 is the last that it has saved in its memory. So
Okay.
these are all backup clears.
What do you mean by the last? Is that?
The earliest?
Memory starts?
The earliest.
Is that the earliest? 1041?
That's the earliest listing in the
that
plan
is
history
the
for.
earliest, and it go all the way to the top of the list.
We had it done.
Josh. It goes from 1041 to, hang on, back down before the close and the exits.
It hadn't recovered everything.
It was
Well,
before 1041, we're pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go, we can go back to the 1041 and start working ourselves back up.
It's
Probably about 10 o'clock.
If the
Early.
numbers change drastically after that, then we'll know
it was
I think you have to do a restore to get it to, is it,
once the YouTube video posts, can't we find it there?
Not while we're streaming.
I say after it posts.
Yeah, your post or somebody can go look at it now.
Josh, are you restoring it,
You want me to
are you
restore
trying
it,
to
Sherry?
restore it, or so that we can see if
Yes,
deviation changes?
Yes, I'm restoring it.
Somebody looking it up now?
Okay, there you go, there's 444. Chuck, can you remind me once again what your deviation was?
4.59%.
4.59, okay, let's fix that.
Is there a way to search that?
Heather's looking on your YouTube.
I don't mean that, I mean put the data entered in this and find the match that matches.
Oh,
There it is, right there.
oh,
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 stop,
oh,
stop, that's it.
touchdown,
There you go.
first down,
Atta girl.
3-point play, something. I'm sure glad she found that.
Okay, zoom on out. It looks like there might be one other little area we need to clean up right there on the highway. See that little, that block that's kind of poking up there?
Yeah, we want to
Where
look
the
at,
label for forest. Hang on, there's not gonna be any problem in that, but it just makes a sloppy looking line.
well, let me,
Okay, now, there you go. All right. Back us out, let us take a look.
yeah. Now look at
Turn off.
look at the bottom. I think the top's okay.
Looks all, that looks good.
We came out, a little farther on the northeast side, right, Commissioner Litz?
That's right.
Right, but down at the bottom, that road, that we,
Yeah.
that's it, isn't it?
Lane Valley East.
All right, let us look at some demographics right quick. Hang on, Sherry.
No worries. Josh, just pull the box up a little bit. I can't see the bottom row.
Okay, one was started out at 17.8, and we've got 17.81. Two started out at 22.08, and it's at 0.5. Again, less than a percentage. Three started out at 32.91, and it increased. Four started out at 16.61, and it went down.
Those are the right numbers.
Those are the right numbers. Yeah, this is the map, in my judgment, but I want to make sure.
Can we look at the jail and make sure that that's all the way that we ended up? You remember that, Josh? Where that is?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
It's good.
That's it. The courthouse, you want us to look at that first?
So look at the courthouse. Let's
Look at the
make sure.
courthouse,
Yeah.
Josh, in the city.
That's what made it blow.
What about the Memphis and
You
County?
did, now, on the courthouse, it's supposed to divide the courthouse. Is that what it's doing?
Well, we didn't change that.
Well, I know, but it could have been wrong before. I mean, I'm just saying.
Right.
All right, now,
Yeah, that's not right.
Sherry and Josh, put the cursor where the Kerr County Courthouse is.
Yeah, that's it. It's not right.
I don't see it. All right, now they say that all lines come to the courthouse.
No.
No?
The line, the
One
top
three.
line needs to go in where they annex the newer part, the square part. That red line needs to go right through the middle of that little opening.
Here. Yeah.
That looks like that.
Yeah,
green
right there. It
flag.
needs to go
Right
there.
there.
Right there.
He's got it. I think he's got it. Yeah.
That's it.
All right, so what
It's
the
got
red
to
line
the
needs to
middle
go
of that.
to the northwest in that direction right there?
Southwest.
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 You go ahead and check that before you say B.
No, we did not.
No, and if it turns out the numbers change, they
Put it
change.
between
But
the
this is a
circle and the
great,
square.
a great save by
there,
y'all,
there.
because I wouldn't have caught that.
It seems like these are two separate blocks.
Right.
So they are divided at this point. We would have to most likely cut this block to make that change.
We cannot cut. So let me make sure I understand. So the courthouse needs to be split between Commissioners and Precinct 1 and Precinct 3?
Yes. And the
Okay.
the square part needs to be in 3 and the round part needs to be in 1.
Okay, all right. Well, that will be something that we have to do at the very, very end of the process. The census geography is showing you what kind of block structure we have in this area. And in order for us to continue redistricting, we need to keep our blocks. And then once we get a plan that the Commissioners Court is ready to adopt, then the GIS team can go in there and we can kind of cut the line so that we split it just like you told me to. But we do it at the end because we want to maintain the ability to keep these numbers in their blocks like they're supposed to be until we're finished. Is that okay?
Yeah, there's no habitations in there, there's no domiciles, there's just the courthouse.
The deviation shouldn't change.
That's correct.
There shouldn't be, there's no pop in that block, so none of the numbers
Yeah,
will change. We will just make a manual edit.
Okay.
And the last thing, do you want to try to make the corrections over there off Methodist again?
Yeah, I think we should.
I agree.
We should look at
Get
the
off that
numbers.
creek and just use the
Make
creek.
sure the numbers.
There are quite a few houses.
That's between 1 and 3, that courthouse split.
One and three.
One-
1 and 3, the
Right
courthouse.
there, that,
Yeah.
exactly.
Say it slow again, somebody.
1 and 3 courthouse.
What he just did. it
This
looked
part
about-
we're in here, Chuck, is the old courthouse. That's
The rectangle-
precinct 1.
the-
The annex across the hall is precinct 3.
We went, right there. We went from 4.59 to 4.15 with this little flat little move.
Okay. And where are we on our racial balance? So
That's good.
We'll just change the.
That wouldn't have changed more.
They didn't change much for the others either. Just a bit.
that's good.
Makes sense.
What's the new number? 4.15? Hey. And what happened to 3? 32.92? Same. Went up. 17.8, 22.08. Okay.
Now you gave up part of precinct 4 and you got back one and you gave.
Does that go all the way up that west side?
We're-
And it was more convenient for everybody.
And,
Glenn,
Yeah, can you, zoom out a little bit so we can see how far we go up on Methodist encampment, what goes up?
Oh, the park, yeah, we took it.
Oh, would you like to reassign the park as well
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
to 4? Okay.
yes, we've had that before.
Just one.
Okay, let's keep going up that line, see what we got.
goes to Glen Road.
Yeah, I think.
That gets a little weird.
one side of Glen is 4, one side is 1.
That's not that much of a
No,
problem.
it was there before, and it is what it is.
What's the park got to do with
It's just a funky.
So it's a straight line.
it? Aesthetics.
Yeah.
Well, it's the
Straight line.
Nothing's again. That's what's important.
Right. My wife walks there, so.
Told her not to walk across the road.
Well, that's what we call a move for convenience. Permissible.
So the numbers are all good with those changes?
I think so. The comparison of Hispanic voting age population, whereas Brit. And the maximum deviation now is 4.15. All right now, everybody's still residing in their precinct under the present configuration on the screen, correct?
Correct.
And if there's a precinct office facility that exists on the ground today, are they in the right spots with this configuration?
Subject to the courthouse.
Subject to the courthouse.
Right.
Yes.
All right. And what should we call this thing? Back out all the way. Go. Zoom out, please.
How about final?
Well,
That's gotta be,
we want to call it something here that's not final, because we can't take any final action.
it's a preliminary.
We can say draft plan B.
Prototype.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that
Well, why we call
That
it?
might be saved somewhere.
all right? How about draft plan C?
Yeah.
Sherry and Josh, y'all hearing us?
Yes, this is Job Plan C.
Yes.
Yeah, mark the time, the date, and where the moon and stars are right now. Draft plan C is in Chuck.
Got it.
Okay, this looks like to be the one that they want us to draw up in final form for approval. Now, tell us a little bit about that last drawing to make the old part of the courthouse go into, the old courthouse stay in precinct 1 and the annex go into precinct 3. When is that done? Is that before the vote or after?
That, Chuck, that we can do whenever the Commissioners Court is done drawing. And so if this plan is the one they want to go with, they want to let the public comment on and look at, then we can go ahead and make that change now. What we don't want to do is make the change if the Commissioners Court still wishes to draw some additional plans.
Well, we're looking to have I believe we have a consensus that that Bickerstaff should draw up Plan C for consideration and approval vote on November, what was it, the 3rd. So I guess we're not going to draw anymore. Let me ask one more question. I forgot about JPs and constables. This plan does not mess with anybody's residence or precinct office,
We've been
correct?
following it carefully.
Josh,
well.
do we have the points for our incumbents?
Yeah, we just went over that. We're discussing it, and each of the elected commissioners are good with their residence positions. This doesn't violate those positions. JP and constable, the county staff has looked at it, and the commissioner's court's telling me that this plan does not violate the current lines or the current residence positions for those elected officials. I've been told that the plan is good for JP and constable residences. Correct, gentlemen?
Yes.
With that last change in the courthouse.
With that correct. With the last change to the courthouse.
So in order to have public comment on this, we have to have that line drawn on the courthouse.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Good point. Commissioner Blue said in order to have public comment on to get ready, for the last meeting, when they consider approval, they'd have to have that courthouse split drawn in, Sherry.
Of course, yes.
All right.
Yes, any time that we're gonna have the public look at it, we will finalize the maps with that change in it. Again, we just wanna make sure we're done drawing,
All right.
That's the only holdback to making the change. If we're gonna consider this as a plan for the public to look at, do we need to call it an illustrative plan rather than a draft plan?
Sure. That's our phrasing internally for years is like that. It sets it off from all the scratch pad, work we've been doing. Illustrative plan is a term of art to us inside our law firm. So this draft plan C would turn into the illustrative plan. And it will be for commissioner precincts, and it'll be the same for JP Constable, Sherry, okay?
Got it.
So you
Well,
got,
we can get started preparing the maps then, and then we will go ahead and make the change at the courthouse as instructed.
all right, and as instructed says at the courthouse, the old courthouse is precinct 1, then there's that little dividing line, and the annex goes into, the north end goes into precinct 3. The old courthouse, precinct 1, and you can see the shape of it, but the rectangle or the square goes into precinct 3.
Got it.
Okay. Are we at a stage where we can tell the drawers to go work on some other project, or do we need them?
We're good, we're good.
We need to keep going on our public meeting because I got to talk about predicate. All right? I believe we're good. Sherry and Josh, many, many thanks. Appreciate y'all.
All right, take care.
Thank you
Y'all
so
have a
much.
good day.
Thank you.
I haven't had a power outage on both ends at separate times yet this cycle, so professional development, well.
ERCOT's working on that.
All right, now, what, remember technically, we don't have to put in the newspaper anymore public notices of public hearings. We've had, at the end of today, the public hearing will end, and for the record, it's my understanding that nobody signed up for public comment, correct? Is there anybody in the room that might like to make a public comment, Your Honor?
Anyone from the public? There was a lady here earlier, but she left at our last break.
Okay. It's my understanding and belief that there are no plans, third-party plans that were submitted to the county to redraw commissioner lines, JP lines, or constable lines. Okay. So there's not any need to have another public hearing on November the 3rd unless you want to. But
It'd be a public meeting.
yes, you got to have a public meeting to vote it in. So what? That'd be the day you'd consider approval of illustrative plan for commissioner precincts and illustrative plan for JP Constable precincts. Same map, just different labels.
What if somebody came on the 3rd and was really upset about it, or a group came and upset with some changes we made?
And you could say, we'll take it up on 3 November, and
So on 3 November they come.
yeah, I mean,
If they come that day and I presume that, is look at the map and say, group of citizens don't like it, for whatever reason.
I know that you are
Can we change
familiar
it
with
again?
our,
What do we
yes,
do?
yes, sir.
We can change it.
Yeah, but
Run out of time.
you're
I
running
don't
out.
think it's gonna happen, I'm just asking what if,
The only thing that is your guiding principle is the Open Meetings Act. 72 hours notice. Now, we should know immediately. We need to know really fast if y'all have a problem. If somebody has a problem and the Commissioners Court's thinking about redrawing.
I don't think it happens.
The only thing I could possibly anticipate, I'd like to get a copy of it, because we've got precinct 2, is going to be a hotly contested race. We've got a lot of potential candidates out there. They may want to take a look at what it is. 'Cause I think they're all in new precinct 2, but that would be the only thing I could possibly imagine.
Well, you're going, we're into an area that I want to talk about next, how to predicate that next meeting. As soon as we have the map, I want to give it to you electronically. And it needs to go onto the county's website immediately. And then we'll put a public notice up in English and in Spanish predicating the meeting on November the 3rd. It'll say different things than, and it's predicated in the public meeting. And we're not calling it a public hearing, just the consider the vote to approve the maps, plural, because, you know, you got a commissioner precinct map and you have a JP Constable precinct map. Might even be 3 maps, I don't know. But there'll be an English public notice and a Spanish public notice. You're going to put those on your website with the map. We don't have to send off approved plans anymore to Washington, D.C. for pre-clearance to the Justice Department. So technically you don't have to put them into the newspaper, but you have a daily newspaper here. If you want to, you can print the map and the public notice in English and Spanish in the newspaper. The maps and the public notice in English and Spanish. But you have to make your decision fast.
So that people understand what they're looking at, it will be clearly noted what the changes are in color coding, or will it have some saying this is new, or how will that work?
It'll just have the new boundaries.
We won't have
It
the
says
whole
new
boundary.
boundaries,
It'll
so
have
you gotta
it-
look at it, figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't have a problem
Now,
with that.
now
I
we're
wasn't sure
gonna
what it's look
we're gonna have some inserts that zoom in on municipal areas that will help you on that.
But in the newspaper, it's just not.
It's not gonna be color coded like we work with today.
Could be.
If it's not color
I like
coded,
color coded like we had today.
yeah, some indication.
That's going to be on your
Well,
website. Now, if you were to put it into the newspaper, they can color code it.
But if it's on our website, the way we saw it today, it'll be a lot easier for people to understand what the changes are.
Yes, sir, and you can
What I'm
also,
interested in is that they can look at it, see those lines we saw.
Yeah,
Here's
the
this
old line,
old line,
old and new, and
and
what
now
the new
you're
one.
part of this precinct or
Right.
whatever.
Well, and probably note in, if you do put it in the newspaper, to go to the website for more precision. Sure,
Well-
it's not gonna have precision in the newspaper.
No.
well, you could always
You're right.
at least put the English, if that's your pleasure, put the English and Spanish notices in the newspaper, and then have it refer to the www.kerr.co Texas.
Right.
But the maps we give you,
Should do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not interested, personally, I'm not interested in putting it in the newspaper.
very well.
I think it's better on the website.
Well, y'all,
Right,
it's
exactly.
better viewed on the website.
I agree.
We could press release that's on the website.
So, and the second part of that question is a practical thing, is how are those voters notified? Do they get just a voter card, or
Well,
do
we
they
haven't
get
talked-
a notice?
Well, we haven't talked voter precincts yet.
I'm going to talk to you about that right after this.
Okay.
I want to get
When we get ahead of us.
get how you want me to predicate this meeting. Baseline, at the very least. We give you the map, you put the map up. Special public meeting notice in English, November 3. Different things we're saying. Special public meeting notice in Spanish language. The words aren't identical, but the information is identical, just one in one language, one in the other. Nothing in the newspaper. Is that where we're going?
Right.
Okay. And the maps that we give you will have the new boundaries and nothing but the new boundaries. No hatch marks saying this is where we were, this is where it is now. None of that. It's not what we give you. We give you the new boundaries. That's what we would have submitted to DOJ if we had to pre-clear.
Okay.
Now, you can put for comparison purposes on your website the existing maps if you think it won't confuse anybody. You've got, we can give you
Yeah,
those.
just have a new district should be okay. But those people have to be notified, they're gonna go to another place, that's what I'm saying.
Well, now we're getting into election precincts.
Yeah.
Right, the county commissioner precincts are not election precincts. Right? They're composed, we hope, of election precincts, whole election precincts. You know, each commissioner's precinct, ideally, that's what the criteria order said, if practicable, that you entered. It said that commissioner precincts, if practicable, are going to be composed of whole voting precincts. Well, we might not be able to do that with this configuration. We need to revise some election precincts. At the very least, the county must, either using internal staff or outside counsel, how to, you know, compliance with the Texas law that says every odd year you have to turn into Secretary of State's office and the Legislative Council your active election precinct plan to make sure you make sure and the state makes sure that it complies with Chapter 42 of the Election Code, which has a bunch of picky rules, including the rule that says when you go to vote to an election precinct on election day, you can't have more than one Texas House of Representatives races on that ballot. You can't have more than one Texas Senate race on that ballot, or more than one State Board of Education race on that ballot. And who's drawing those lines right now? It's not you, it's the legislature. And they're not through yet. And if they don't get through by November the 1st, the Secretary of State's been authorized by that statute that they passed to move the primary back in 2022 to later. All right, so when is the election precinct analysis submission to state government under 42 of the election code, Texas election code, when is the delivery date? Nobody's told us yet because the Secretary of State doesn't know because they're waiting on the legislature. We think it's going to be mid-December. It's when those precincts change where people will know they're voting in a different spot. You with me?
Talking December 22?
No.
December 21.
We believe that somehow the Secretary of State must move to evaluate all of the counties in the state, all their county election precincts. They must begin to move before the end of this year in order to be ready for a primary that's Super Tuesday, first Tuesday in March. See, because that's just the vote day. You have to have the ballot prepared, and before the ballot's prepared, you know, the voter registration cards have to go out with the right precincts on them. So there's a world of work that has to be done regarding election precincts at state level, and nobody knows right now when the doggone things are supposed to be delivered. Now, are we going to be the outfit that looks at your election precincts, or are you going to do it internally? With this new configuration of commissioner/JP/constable precincts, I can't remember. I don't think we split any voting precincts, did we?
Yes, we did. Split precinct?
Did we split one or not?
I don't think so.
We didn't.
We added
We added to it, we didn't split it.
Okay. Well, where I'm going is with there's we have to look at the strict Chapter 42 of the Election Code compliance issues. All right, that's one thing. But the other thing is, all right, are we going to make them vote way up on the top of the hill, or can they go down river? One of those convenience issues. I believe that in the areas where we made the moves on the commissioner precinct maps, there's going to be some voting box decisions to make.
I believe the most major one will be in the southeast
Okay.
part.
But to let the people know that they're voting in a new location was your comment, Commissioner Ballou. That is an election precinct result, the change of election precinct result. In my home county, it's really a delicate issue when you tell some people in a certain part of my home county, some of the oldest settled land in Caldwell County, that they're going to have to drive over to Lytton Springs to vote. They didn't like that, and I know that that's probably the case here too. So we must get started on the idea of where the election precincts are going to be drawn, changed, kept the same, etc. I wish I could give you a deadline. I don't know the deadline. In a redistricting year, the deadline's supposed to be October the 1st to turn in your election precinct data to the state. Well, that deadline's out the window. We don't know the deadline. But a decision needs to be made about, for us at least, whether we're supposed to be looking at your election precincts or if the staff is. And if the staff is, you gotta get going on it. You know what I mean?
Yes,
I mean, because what are you hearing about the deadline? Nothing?
Nothing, no. I know,
Good.
nothing, no more than you know.
You know, we're worried about it. We're worried. We
Yeah.
have little counties without even an incorporated city inside the territorial lines, and then we have big old counties, and then we have Kerr County and Gillespie and Bandera in this part of the world, and Guadalupe over there closer where I live. And just to give you an example, Travis County is our client this time. So election precinct analysis can be a significantly complex matter given the short timeline we're working on.
It's
So-
the changes as we made, I feel like Bob and maybe have a pretty good handle on what we're gonna need to do.
Very well.
I feel that there's only one we've got to really truthfully talk about. Everything else is just, you went here and
Yeah, the distance of mine go to the bigger area, the south go to 308, and the slight adjustment on 312.
Well, remember, if we do it, you got our agreement that has a cap on it. Can't be any more than whatever that number was, you know, but we're not looking at them now. We have to be told to look at them. Y'all got a vote to tell us to look at them, actually.
I think they can do it.
Okay.
They know better than we do.
I'd like to at least hear from them first.
Very well. I just, we're at the, looks like the conclusion of drawing. We're gonna predicate a vote in early November. It's time to start thinking about election precincts.
Got it?
Now, the county issued a press release today about early voting on Monday, the
Correct.
18th. Everything's fine for that.
Well, these changes that we're talking about for commissioner precincts, one person, one vote, JP constable and election precincts don't come effective until January 22.
I just want to clarify that for
That's right.
folks at home. This is not gonna,
And that we have to do the mass mail out. So we have to get that changed before we can do that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because all cards expire at the end of this year. So if we're moving them from precincts, we want to do that first before we send cards out and turn around and send cards out again.
You know, cities elect either in May or November now, and the ones that are electing in May, they're under the gun too, to get their stuff done, but not quite under the gun like counties are, to hit the Super Tuesday primary day. All right, so I think I've got instructions. Election precinct is not us. JP and constable lines are staying the same, and they're going to be commensurate with the commissioner precinct lines. And we need to give you a map, a good map, to predicate that vote, an English and a Spanish notice form, and agenda language. Now, last thing, I really don't need to be here on the 3rd of November unless you need me here. It'd be cheaper for you if I was standing by telephone wise to participate, but if everything goes smoothly and routinely and no power outages anymore, you know, and you get the maps and you look at them and they appear to be consistent with what we talked about, I really don't need to drive over here to be with you, to physically appear at the meeting.
But we do like having you on standby. If we had standing, we would.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, it's better. It's cheaper.
Precinct map, since you're saying we're going to do it, how am I going to have like a 101 precinct map or a 406 or 405 or 312? In case a person comes in and wants to look at 312 or 314 precinct map, because we have a lot of that asked.
How do we create those maps, I think is the question. Y'all
Are they
create them.
generated?
We do all the mapping.
So we
So
could,
We
staff could
come
come
up
up with where they go, and then we could vote to hire y'all to draw the maps.
Yeah, the contract already has us to help you on it if you want us to help you, but as, we need to make sure that it's not our job, or it is our job, to analyze compliance with Texas law. I doubt
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
doubt that
yeah,
yeah, we probably want that.
yes, we do.
the obligation is to submit your precincts, not the way you want to draw them, the way chapter 42 of the election code says you have to draw them.
Yes, because they can,
So if we're gonna be doing that, okay. Or if we're just gonna be helping you draw some maps after you do them, I wanna make sure what our instructions
yeah,
are.
I do too.
I think that you didn't see the expression. I think they want your assistance in the
Well,
whole process.
I'm not trying to take,
No, I know you're not, but I
No,
want to
no.
be in compliance with the law because of the 5,000 voters and all that. And
yeah, there's a number of
there's a
picky
number of
rules
little
and
things that you know more than I know.
and then we have the ability to, create some new precincts or not inside these commissioner precincts, for convenience.
So I think we need your expertise.
Yeah.
We need to get that on our agenda to, if we need to have a second vote, we need to put it on our next.
It,
If it's included, it's included.
when you hang around with me, you complain about the agenda being so long. Remember? Occasionally. I'd complain about them being long too.
Chuck, I hadn't brought up all day the Lockhart Tigers football field.
Propriety prevents me from, the last time Lockhart won district was in 1971, 50 years ago, and that was our senior year, and they had a reunion for us, and it's the last time we won district. If we could just,
Shouldn't have left.
yeah, I know. It says, no final action taken. It's actually part of our engagement agreement, exactly now, so we'll start working on it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no action, technical action item on your agenda today, so.
There's somebody hanging on each leg, he's trying to get out the door.
We'll work with the staff, and as soon as I get that map, I'll send it in. Y'all need to look at it.
Yeah, we'll,
Sure.
each of us probably deal one-on-one with Nadine and Bob.
Well, we're at the end of it. I want to say thank you for working as hard as you've done. It's a heck of a lot easier with the bells and whistles, the computer stuff. But it doesn't really ever work very well unless you have good-hearted, conscientious public servants to get down and do it. And you did. We've been working all morning, and thank goodness it's just one meeting. It's been long, but thank goodness it's just one, and I have you to thank for that. So I appreciate it, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, that's all we have. So, we're adjourned.